Hello, Grepster 9300 here. We've been playing a lot of Judgment lately, but a friend recently brought Roadwarden to my attention under the guise of it being maybe kind of like Oregon Trail. I understand it's probably pretty different in a lot of ways and seems very serious in a lot of ways, but I'm pretty interested in it. I really don't know much about it at all. I just looked at screenshots, saw it wasn't that expensive, thought it might be a little bit like Oregon Trail. Apparently might have been recommended by Waypoint or something. I don't entirely know, but I'm intrigued, and so I want to check it out. It seems like the kind of game I might enjoy. I'd say it seems nice already, aesthetically, you know, the look and the sound. So that's what we're gonna check out today. So let me get this thing out of here. And get into the game proper here. Hopefully the audio levels are good. I tested it out a little bit, but you know, it's hard to say. Apparently there's a different quote at the beginning every time you open it up, because when I opened it up to test, there was like a little bit of a cooler quote here, but this is still good. A birdhouse brings feathers, but also talons. See, feathers are good, but talons can be bad. I'm gonna press enter, or click enter, I guess. With my, I don't know what this icon is, like a dart. I don't know what this is. Ooh, settings, that's fun. Basic, pixel. I like a pixel font, but we'll try basic for right now, and if it seems discordant, then we can try some pixel fonts. I typically go with instant speed, but if fast seems fast enough, then we'll stick with fast. Describe attitudes. Whoa. Hide the text box when you point at attitudes. I don't know what that means yet. Essential for new players. Well, that's settled. Sure. I like the quotes. I guess show achievements. Narration describes sounds in greater detail. Keeps narration slightly more concise. I'll keep it off for right now. If I had more people, or any number of people actually watching, maybe I would turn it on because, you know, there might be some deaf people watching, but for right now, we'll have it off. See how it goes. New game. Everyone knows how to stay away from the wilderness. Most people would never risk a lonely journey. Roadwardens not only accept this struggle, they embrace it. They deliver messages, assist merchants, burn human corpses, and, if possible, get rid of the beasts and highwaymen. They live on the road, die young, or retire early. It's a dangerous job, but a respectable one, and it pays well. I leave the safety of the city walls, or I still have my doubts. No doubts. Let's go. I leave the safety of the city walls. Please select the difficulty mode. This choice can't be altered later on. Okay. Casual for those focused on the story, no time limit, more cash at the start, some quests are more forgiving. Standard for those familiar with RPGs, 40-day time limit, regular rule set. Restrictive for the returning road wardens, 30-day time limit, increased nighttime damage. I mean, standard. Casual seems too casual, and restrictive seems like not for us yet, at least, so standard. Although I'm not fond of a time limit, but, you know, I understand. We'll see how it goes. The wall is still standing. There are no wolves around, no stench of blood. Good signs. This should be the place you're looking for. You were supposed to meet with a group of soldiers, but you hear no voices, no sounds of labor. The gate is ajar, but the camp isn't safe. It may keep away the goblins and pebblers. It's a pebbler. But not beast folk, no trolls. And the night is near. Your palfrey breathes heavily. It had a long day. I could just look for another shelter. I need to look around cautiously. I dismount and sneak to the gate. Let's peek inside. Get off the horse and enter the camp briskly. Let's look around cautiously. Considering the noise, you doubt that anyone noticed the clatter of hooves. The short, dry grasses barely cover the arid soil of this valley, but you're maybe a minute away from the edge of the sparse woods, which get denser as they climb up the hills. At best, this trail has a few more years before getting overgrown for good. Hard to believe it's the only route north. I could just look for another shelter. Let's peek inside. Damn. I took some damage. Your heavy boots hit the ground and the pain of the long ride finally catches up with you. You stretch out, bringing your backs. I guess, are we like a party of people? And legs comfort. All you want now is a table, a decent chair, a nice mug of beer, and some warm stew. Or do we just have multiple backs? Or is it the horse's back also? Maybe that's what they mean? They talked about hooves. With any luck, your axe won't be needed here. Take care of yourself. If you're hurt or exhausted, some actions won't be available to you. The weaker you are, the higher the chance you'll die in combat. Got it. I approach the gate slowly. I have no other choices. Well, I can't wait. If it's a military camp, it doesn't look the part. Plenty of wasted space. The fire pit is cold. 2 people are sitting at the table, tired and disheartened. They're looking in different directions, paying no attention to one another. One of them is holding a cup. After a moment, you notice the quiet humming. You recognize the melody of a light-hearted drinking song from the city harbor. They don't look like much of a threat. I can enter. Yeah. It takes them a few breaths to glance in your direction. The first person greets you with a wave of his hand. There are bags under his eyes. His beard is messy. Excuse me. Despite his simple shirt, he's wearing durable, decent boots. A mace, with a head covered in iron, hangs at his side, but he doesn't reach for it. I take a look at the second soul. Just like you, she's wearing I don't ever know how to pronounce this word. Gambeson? Gambeson? I'm gonna say Gambeson. But hers is a bit loose, as if she took it off a corpse. Her head is shaven, as if she's protecting herself from flesh-eating bugs. Her eyes are weary yet kind. She smiles. Considering the squad was sent here half a year ago, these 2 surely look the part. Though there should be more of them. 8, you believe. I mean, I don't know how long it would take for them to speak, so I'll talk first. I asked them about their lieutenant. I wonder how to phrase your question. Whenever you meet new people, you can influence how they perceive you by selecting one of the attitudes, alright? Be supportive and cordial, playful, distanced, intimidating, vulnerable. I'm thinking either friendly or distanced. Let's be distanced for right now. She did smile at us, but still a little distanced. I'm looking for your lieutenant. Or I could just... Yeah. The woman stands up, dusts off her Gambeson. Okay, I'm gonna look up how to pronounce Gambeson. Give me a moment. And maybe you guys will hear Google tell me how to pronounce it too. Or maybe Wikipedia tell me? Somebody tell me. I'm gonna find it. Don't worry. Merriam-Webster. Nope. I need a thing that pronounces it for me, because I do not know how to read or interpret the crazy dictionary spelling of how words are pronounced. Okay. Amazon pronunciation. We're just gonna trust this YouTube. What does it say? Why is it a minute long to tell me how to pronounce Gambeson?
Gambison.
Gambison.
Gambison. Gambison.
Okay, Gambison. I'm just going to trust it. It could be wrong. Gambison. Now I won't be doubting it every second of the stream. The woman stands up, dusts off her gambison, adjusts the sword at her side, and rests her hand on the hilt. Her shoulders are straight, her eyes attentive. It is to me, traveler. Are you in trouble? I'm fine. I'm your new Roadwarden. I took you for a wayfarer, to be honest. When you mention that your mount is waiting outside, she raises an eyebrow. Sorry, when you mentioned that your mount is waiting outside, she raises an eyebrow. I misinterpreted that sentence. Shouldn't you unsaddle it? I bet it's tired. She glances at the gate, then at her companion. Her voice drops the slightest sign of weariness. I expect you're looking for directions. I'll help you as much as I can. She reaches out to you. Lieutenant Tulia. Yeah, we'll shake her hand. Shake her hand. It's probably not a trap. I mean, this game might train me otherwise, but right now, we're a little bit open. How do you want people to call you? Leto? You know, we're just gonna put Crepster. Her grasp is confident. The shake is slight. Just keep your horse away from the tents, she steps away. We don't need to smell its dung. There's this one issue, the soldier in the shirt also rises to his feet. We've no tent to spare. You'll have to use a blanket or something. I should get used to sleeping on the ground anyway. You walk through the gate. Your mount looks around and snorts anxiously. Not many humans could ride a horse. It's not only taller than you, but also bulky, as heavy as it is strong. You can get in the saddle within a single breath, but most people wouldn't know where to even begin. From every side, it's a wall of flesh. Horses were brought to the Dragonwoods from the conquests in the south. They can trot for a long time, but won't outrun some of the local monsters. Your palfrey needs you to survive, but without it, you too would be lost. It's my only companion here. I want it to feel at ease. I don't care how it feels, but I need it to be strong if I want to travel, and I can't afford another one. I do want it to feel at ease. It is my companion. It takes a few steps toward you, scolding you with another snort. You scratch the bottom of its neck with strength and confidence, just the way it likes it. Humans see useful animals and even pets as monsters in disguise. Getting emotionally attached to them is believed to lead humans to their doom. But you know that horses need companionship. I speak to it gently and lead it to the camp. You end up next to the fire pit. Removing the saddle makes the horse nicker with relief. You take a couple of minutes to examine its back just in case. While the riding equipment is not that heavy for such a strong animal, with enough time it starts to chafe. You wish it had something better to eat than this shabby grass. You should look for an inn. I need to unpack. You haven't brought that many things, and you lost one of the sacks while fleeing the Crimson Corpse Eaters. Oh god. Worst of all, you have no rope left. But maybe the soldiers could share one. Shouldn't cost more than a dragon bone. Aside from the travel set, you own a few valuable possessions, essential for your trade. Ooh, get to pick a class or something. Let's see, fighter. I spent my savings on decent combat equipment. I have a fine gambison, an axe made of steel, and a reliable crossbow with quarrels. They did already say that I had an axe. Well, I guess everyone has an axe, alright. Mage. I have talismans that help me use my powers, as well as an iron axe and a worn gambison. Scholar. I carry writing instruments and alchemical ingredients, as well as an iron axe, a worn gambison, and a healing potion. I want to learn more about the 3 classes. Yeah, teach me. Crossbow seems very valuable, by the way. To me. As a fighter, you'll have an easier time in physical challenges thanks to your superior equipment and hidden bonuses during dice rolls. You'll be physically more capable than the other classes, what opens unique opportunities during some social interactions. It's the best class for RPG beginners. The fighter's weakness is their reliance on physical strength. Your special abilities won't be available to you if your vitality points drop to 0. I don't know what some of these things are yet, but... The mage uses pneuma. Oh god, that was a word, and I know that's like a real word, but that was also a word in Ragnarok Online, which I played a lot of growing up, and I don't know how to pronounce that either. So now we're gonna look up Numa. I'm sorry, that might be a theme with this game, but I'm enjoying that the game is coercing me to learn how to pronounce certain words. I would normally just say it in a very stupid way in my head, but now that I'm streaming, I want to know how to say it. So we're gonna look this up too. It's probably just Numa, right? God, how come nothing fucking has pronunciations? It pisses me off. Okay, here we go. Merriam-Webster.
Numa.
Numa. Okay. Sounds good. Soul or spirit. Or in classical medicine, an invisible liquid or vapor held to travel throughout the body and to be necessary to and associated with life. In Stoicism, a mixture of air and fire held to be the divine organizing principle of the universe. Nice. The mage uses Numa, a versatile but limited pool of energy points that can be spent to cast a few humble spells. Magic won't protect you better than a sharp axe, but as a mage you'll be able to heal faster while resting, detect magic in a mysterious area, distract a beast with a simple trick, and find a common tongue with other magic users. Using the mage's powers too freely will result in having no Numa left when you need it the most. Okay. The scholar will know more about the world's mysteries than you, helping you take advantage of some unusual situations. Your character will impress the locals with its knowledge, and you'll be able to read the sparse... Interesting for it's for a person, rather than like there or something. I guess because character. I don't know, weird. It's like an object. But some people use it's for pronouns, I understand. And you'll be able to read the sparse written clues without anyone's assistance. Scholars struggle with combat more than the other classes. But with enough carefulness and exploration, you'll gain access to alchemical mixtures that will help you escape from many dangerous situations. Scholar seems fun, and obviously, like as a new person, we should probably do fighter, but I can't help it. We gotta do mage. We gotta see how mage is. Going with mage. I'll pick the mage. You pack and inspect your belongings. Your water skin isn't pierced. Oops, open your inventory to see your possessions. Okay. Taking hits will damage your armor, you can fix it, then fix it in various settlements. Ooh, inventory. Unless you're occupied with another task, you can eat food, drink potions, and use your items from this menu. You can examine your possessions at all times. Food rations. They consist of dried meat, crackers, nuts, seeds, fruits, and water, which spoil slowly and don't require additional cooking. Okay. Merchandise here. A pouch with coins. The city artisans make coins by cutting dragon bones into slices. They're valued by merchants, though rarely used in the countryside. In the countryside, you just kind of barter. Unless you're occupied with another Equipment. A gambeson. A padded defensive jacket made of linen filled with rags. It's the cheapest type of armor, yet surprisingly effective, and as a result, very common. Magical amulets. Magic is unreliable, so you spent a sack of coins to collect a couple of enhancing amulets. They help you focus your Numa in ways that you don't quite understand. A travel set. Your sack contains all sorts of useful tools. Oh wait, if I click? Oh my god. Okay, we're not going to read all the text, but I'm going to read this. All sorts of odds and ends that you've taken on this journey just in case. A rainproof cloak, a set of bone needles and a thread, an iron knife, a blade sharpener, a tinderbox, a couple of tallow candles, a bunch of rags used to make torches, as well as a flask of oil, a pair of protective gloves made of thick leather, Here's our axe. Traveling with an axe shows that you've learned how to fight humans and human-sized monsters. It's not masterfully made, but it's already been put to the test, and you've practiced with it for many days. Okay. I wonder if maybe we should save. Since we're here, give it a save. Now that's a save menu I recognize. That's a save menu. This is like a Renpy thing, or Renpy, I don't know how to pronounce it. Okay, you unpack and inspect your belongings. Your water skin isn't pierced, the spare clothes are still here, just in case you take a look at your wooden bowl and mug, your cape, tinderbox, bandages, food rations, knife. Nothing special or too cumbersome. But there is something a bit gambesome. From time to time, your routine helps you avoid mistakes, but this doesn't make it any more exciting. I return to the soldiers. They're at the table again, observing your beast and chatting between themselves. Your stomach growls at the sight of them eating out of wooden bowls. One more bowl is put at a previously unused end of the table. You can sit down on a tree log. I'm absolutely gonna eat this meal. Why would I? I mean, I understand it could be like poison or something, but goddamn, dude, we have limited resources. I join them and take a look at the meal. It's cold gruel, the meal eaten in times of hardship. This specific bowl is filled with water, hog millet, I'm guessing, or is it millet? I don't know. Not looking that one up. Yet. Some strange-looking cereals and blueberries. Blueberries! Welcoming you with a meal, even a humble one, is beyond their duty. Soldiers live with and for their companions, constantly on the move from one part of the realm to another, making sacrifices to protect their group as they face dozens of hideous creatures. Their lives are filled with discipline, hardship, and camaraderie. Roadwardens, on the other hand, learn how to work by themselves. They seldom engage in open combat, patrolling the same roads for years. They help the settlements stay in touch, but also maintain commerce, settle down, forge friendships. When there are no laws to follow, they use their own judgment. Different responsibilities, different lifestyles. I eat quickly, not focusing on the taste, then speak with Tulia. Yeah. Oh, keeping your stomach full will make you stronger. Starvation won't allow you to restore vitality while resting. You can find your supplies in the inventory. Got it. Nice. I guess this is like a stomach icon. Nourishment. It's easier for you to overcome physical struggles. Vitality. You feel well. Armor. It will stop the lighter attacks, but not for long. Got it. She's focused and chooses her words carefully. She looks away only when she gathers her thoughts. I'm afraid I can't tell you less than I would like. I'm afraid I can tell you less than I would like to, and less than I should. She nods toward the other soldier. As you can see, there's not a lot of us left. At the beginning of summer, there were 8 of us, including our previous lieutenant. 5 are dead. 1 has run away in tears. We're also strangers in this land, adds her companion. Any piece of information may help me do my job. The man leans forward, his legs shake nervously. He sounds like a kid asking a bard to sing one more story, tell a joke, or do a magic trick, whatever it takes to escape from boredom. His untrimmed beard hides a much younger face than you originally thought. What did the officials tell you? I expect not that much. No soul governs these lands. I share what I consider to be relevant. What I've discussed with the officials should stay between me and them. Yeah, I'll share. You tell the soldiers how little guidance you've received. Since this area is too far away from Hovlevan, I'm going to say Hovlevan, to keep it under control, you were warned that it's untamed and unknown. Who knows how many villages, bandits, or monsters may be found in these unmapped hills and forests? From time to time, new people come here to look for boundless opportunities. Most of them never return. Do they turn into walking corpses, or find what they're looking for? No soul could tell me, so I was looking for your guidance. The lieutenant drinks from her cup and crosses her legs, ankle on knee. Seeing her chair makes you doubt she'll ever find a comfortable position. Where should we start? Oh man. What should I know about the peninsula? I'll tell you what I know, and you'll be the judge, says the lieutenant. How long did it take you to get here from the city? On a decent palfrey, I'd guess it would be 3-4 days. When you confirm, she continues. From here, you can reach the coast in about a day, as long as you don't make any stops. Do you know the situation? Why no ships can get here? You nod. The sea route allows Hovlevan officials to keep in touch with the coastal villages, collect taxes, move the soldiers, collect lumber, deliver tools, but maintaining order on a wild coast such as this one is like filling the ocean depths with coins. Because of the rocks, you can hardly stop a ship 5 miles from the shore, and boats can't get much closer. She nods. I don't know much about fishing, but there's not that many people living by the shore, and they don't crave to stay in touch with the city folk. As she pauses, her companion carries on. No soul from the north ever came to the camp, but when we travel to the roadside inn, Pelt of the North, they're happy to help, and to play dice. Why not just stay at one of the settlements? The man clears his throat. I mean, you know, we're here to guard this. We're to guard this road. This camp is our post, and, well, he turns toward Tulia. She lowers her voice. Don't take it the wrong way, Krebstar, but are you a devout soul? Oh man, look at these options. Let's go with the first. Let's be basic and go with the first one right now. Like most city folk, I believe that people should unite their strength to overcome the threats of nature and dark magic. Everyone will be judged for both good and evil deeds. I'm a part of the United Church. A fellow unite, the man smiles. Though in this land it won't bring you much good. At least we can discuss the topic freely, adds the lieutenant, with a barely visible smile. Let's get into it. The people here are disquieting. Every few words she taps the table with her finger. Their traditions won't help them negotiate with the officials. Here, she starts to draw lines with her index finger, as if she's pointing at an invisible map. The peninsula is connected with roads, like a big circle. In the northwest, you'll find a weird village at a bog. It's not exactly pagan, I don't think. It even has a priest who claims to be an eremite. You nod. She means a fellowship. They do crazy shit, her companion chips in. They use the dead to cut down trees and dig in soil. Once I saw it, I begged to never return there. Whoa. It's like necromancy to just make them do work? Jesus. I see. You've heard tales such as this one since you were a child. If an isolated settlement manages to survive without a city's influence, its customs and traditions grow more and more alien. Every generation learns how to adapt to the dangerous conditions they have to deal with, and the rustic pagan traditions muddy their river of faith. The United Church often warns its members about the crazy druids, necromancers, and blood mages, the bringers of doom, the traitors to humankind. We're able to speak with these necromancers, and how about the East? Any monster worth mentioning? That's on. Ask about the necromancers. You can see why we were not eager to go there if we could avoid it, the lieutenant chuckles. Maybe they'll be more welcoming to a Roadwarden. The roads are dangerous, with little to no shelters. People need your help. The man in the shirt turns a bit and points a finger to the northwest. If you're heading to the undead village, you'll get to an inn first, and soon. Tulia nods. Pelt of the North is a safe place. You can talk with the innkeeper or the guards. Ask them about the road. And how about the East? She stares off across the camp. Hard to tell. We went there only once. There are hills, forests, rivers. We saw a tunnel sculpted in leaves and branches, but we didn't enter it. Wilderness all around. Any monster worth mentioning? Anything that could catch my mount? We saw all sorts of beasts. The man starts to count on his fingers. Goblins, treants, cats large and small, cats, runners, howlers, wolves, spiked boars, mouflon eaters, griffins, but we managed to stay away. Some could catch up with most mounts, Tulia glances at her companion, though a palfrey should be fine. The trees are so tall that the flying creatures keep to the coast and mountains. There's not that many humans around, and the animals are busy fighting among themselves. They fight more for food than territory. The soldier cracks his knuckles. Don't provoke them and ride fast. Just count on luck. Make me want to crack my knuckles. That's all I need to know. She nods. I'm afraid we can't do more for you. Any ideas what happened to the previous Roadwarden? Tulia takes a deep breath. Aren't you a bit late for a rescue mission? We haven't heard from him for almost half a year. The soldiers speak for a bit between themselves, trying to get their story straight. They confirmed that he had stopped by their camp a few times, but stopped showing up at all in early summer. The bearded soldier starts to scratch the table with the tip of his knife, without looking at you. I don't remember his voice. Always busy, drowning in things to take care of. He would sit somewhere, sharpen his sword, fix his loud mail, clean clothes, write notes on that wax tablet of his. Yep, and leave at dawn. Unlike us, Asterion never gets bored. Tulia lets out a joyless chuckle. He's secretive, but some of the locals speak about him warmly. Maybe he just doesn't like us. Sounds like you're not sure if he's dead or not. If anyone knows, they won't tell us. Maybe someone is keeping him in a basement, the man carves with passion. We haven't seen him or his saurian. Something ate them, I bet. The officials have hired you, right? They don't expect him to return. Richer roadwardens often use four-legged, meat-eating saurians as their mounts. They have to be tamed and trained since they're hatching, but unlike horses, can easily defend themselves from many monsters. At least your palfrey is fast and reliable, and won't suddenly sink its teeth into an innocent passerby. Do you know what he was looking for? Maybe he left you a message. Neither one of us had any insight into his dealings, said Sulia. My predecessor left me no clues, but also took a look at we also took a look at Asterion's stuff. Wait, she raises her open palm. I almost forgot. She stands up and heads to a nearby tent. He has kids in a village near Hovleven. I was planning to take all those things there. A pouch, a second spear, a decent bow, some potions. Quite a treasure, she glances at you. But I would much prefer to bring them the truth about their father. So you want me to find out what happened to him in exchange for his stuff? Here's the catch. She dusts off the hilt of her sword. We've hired a messenger to ask the commanders for further orders. Since she hasn't returned, and you know nothing about her, she either ran away or something happened to her. She sighs with resignation. We are meant to stay here until fall. What do you think? Come see us. Tell us what you've learned about the man, and we'll get back to Hovleven together. You think about your real mission. You were planning to return to Hovleven in the early fall anyway. If he's alive, I don't think he's going to be happy about me taking away all of his possessions. True, but he's considered dead. I doubt he'd begrudge you anything, and who knows, you may just find his shell lying on the roadside tomorrow. He wears mail. I guess shell is like corpse. He wears mail, uses a spear mostly, maybe 5 feet tall but stout. Long red beard, short hair, pale face, rarely smiles. She glances at her companion, but after he adds nothing, she sits down and stretches out her legs. So find out what happened to him. Dead, alive, left? Just let me know. Journal. Find the Roadwarden. Before I became the Roadwarden of this peninsula, a man known as Asterion used to patrol these roads. If I manage to find out what happened to him and bring the news to Tulia from the southern camp, I'll receive his abandoned belongings. Okay. I've lost my rope. Could you spare one? You're in luck. She heads towards one of the crates and moves aside a large linen sack, revealing a rope. She brings it back and nonchalantly sits down on her chair. Take it. I was planning to leave it behind. I take a closer look. It's a fine rope. A regular rope made of hemp fibers. I take it and offer some food in return. I could buy it for 0, or I could, I'll offer some food. Ugh. Tulia leans forward and rests her forearms on her thighs. Looking down with clasped hands, then meets your eyes. I'd normally refuse, but we need some decent food. Every day I'm searching through our groats, looking for worms and putridity. We forage, but it's not a great spot. Some food rations will brighten up a foggy day. For now, you leave the rope on the table. What happened to your squad? The man shrugs. Bandits happened, and monsters. A strong band, though, his companion chips in. When we got to the peninsula in spring, we saw some people living in this camp. The lieutenant decided to avoid it and look for an inn. We had... Oh, so maybe the current person who is the lieutenant wasn't always the lieutenant. So she now is talking about the previous lieutenant. The lieutenant decided to avoid it and look for an inn. We had to travel through the night for a bit. The bearded soldier scoffs and crosses his arms, but she carries on. If he had decided otherwise, we would all have died that day. The innkeeper explained that the camp is a trap, that the armed ones pretend to be soldiers. Stay there at night, lose everything you have. Sounds like slave hunters. Tulia sighs. Very much so. They killed some and took others away, who knows where. They were letting the northerners go, hoping to avoid their wrath. It kind of worked, adds the soldier. We asked them for help, but they refused. We had to clear the entire camp on our own, and that's why 3 of our people died. Don't exaggerate, it's not like the lieutenant didn't make a mistake. He wanted to get rid of them and take over their camp, but we didn't know our enemy well enough. We were outnumbered, and they had an ice mage among them. She looks at you. At least we cleared the road, saved lives. You mentioned monsters as well? Nothing that would surprise you. Those of us who survived the skirmish were young, too inexperienced to spend a summer in this place without a good leader, and they didn't trust me. One of them got caught by a treant. Another one ignored my orders to perform some sort of a ritual hunt, so a werebear tore her to pieces. To shreds, you say. The last one tried to act tough, but didn't tell us that he had cut his hand while cleaning his gambeson. She lets out a ghastly chuckle. We had to cut it off, and he was so ashamed that he decided to walk north, find a new life, disappear. Idiot. What a colorful journey. The man tries to drink from his mug, but it's empty. I stay silent. Tulia seems defeated. Sorry, maybe I should have been supportive, but I don't know. Role-playing here. Tulia, how did you become a lieutenant? It's not much of a story, honestly. She looks at her hand, which is currently rolling a mug over the table. In the city, there's a strict order of, what should I call it? She exchanges looks with her companion, but he can't help her. Well, leadership succession, I guess. Hovlevan chiefs select commanders, those select lieutenants, and those put their soldiers in order of priority. If a lieutenant dies, they get replaced by the next soldier in line. So you were his successor? Nah, not exactly. When we fought the bandits, our lieutenant was hit by a slingshot. His boyfriend jumped to help him, but failed to protect either of them from a spell. It was like a ball of ice that hung above them and exploded, piercing their heads, completely avoiding their shield. Really unpleasant. She pauses. And you were the third one in line, is that right? Basically, yeah, she says without enthusiasm. I didn't plan to become a leader, though. I'll get demoted once we return to the city. I prefer to follow anyway. What was your squad's mission? The lieutenant looks into your eyes. You know, the usual. Making the road safe, keeping people alive. I explained that it may be important for me to know what they have tried to accomplish. I can't really tell you. Let's just say it would be nice to have a reliable outpost somewhere nearby. A place where you can always find a group of fighters willing to protect you in the name of the law. She tilts her head back. Now, if you have any other questions. Anything I should know about this camp? The story is brief. Some merchants built the camp to have an extra stop for mules and donkeys just between the end of the southern villages. There's plenty of grass here and a pond nearby. When the peninsula grew more dangerous, the camp stood abandoned from time to time, serving as a shelter for travelers. The bandits came in here in spring, further paralyzing the exchange of information between the northern and southern settlements. Since these highwaymen are no more, the situation may reverse. Time will tell. You can sleep here whenever you want. You can sleep here wherever you want, excuse me. The man concludes their tale. They don't expect to wake up without pain in your back. I know everything I need. Are you sure? Says the bearded man. We may not be around the next time you come here. We should prepare for the night anyway. I agree, Tulia sighs with relief. And may you do better than Asterion did. Stay vigilant. She winks at you, shattering the mask of a soldier. Thank you for your help. One more thing, if I can. The bearded man approaches you. Can you take the first watch? Splitting time between three people makes a great difference. You think for a moment. To fully rest, you need a good sleep. They did give us food and a bunch of information. I'm gonna say we're exhausted. I'm gonna say I'm exhausted because, like, if we're exhausted, then I feel like that's, we can do a good watch. He nods, but the spark in his eyes wears off. I better put on my armor. He walks past you, heading to his tent by the southern gate. I go to my mount. You go to the barrel and splash water on your face, which makes you even more aware of how much you need a bath. After the night, it will only get worse. Your horse is already napping, still too anxious to lie down. I look for a place protected from wind. I use my bag as a pillow, put my blanket on the ground, and cover myself with my cloak. You aren't used to sleeping in such harsh conditions, but it's better than nothing. The weather is gentle. Maybe you won't catch a cold. I don't think that's how colds work. The stars instantly inspire your dreams, both with their splendor and by making you look for patterns and shapes among them. Your job starts tomorrow. I focus on the real goal of my journey. Ooh. Learning about it now. The Merchant Guild wants to take control of this realm. Your wardening duties are secondary. First and foremost, you need to explore the peninsula, learn about the territory, resources, and threats, get to know the locals, and if you can, convince them to consider negotiations with Hovlevan officials and traders. Could the tribes resist the soldiers or be a threat to the priests of the United Church? Are there any forbidden practices that need to be eradicated, such as blood magic, necromancy, robbery, or slavery? At least I have time. 40 days to be exact. I need to be as thorough as I can. Time limit, though. Hey, Coolidge. I'm digging the vibes so far. Once you finish your reconnaissance, you should speak with Tuli and return to Hovlevan. I like the world building so far. There you'll report back to your employers and get your reward. In the meantime, you have your own goal to pursue. So many possibilities. Let's say, I'm probably not gonna save scum, but that much. But let's just I don't know, let's be kind of a little bit like a weird edgelord or something. I like this one. This one for right now. I need to find a new life for myself. I have a difficult past and I want it to be forgotten. Sure. A new life. Your half-asleep senses are catching the sounds of the wild forest. Your instincts keep you alert and anxious, though the pleasant, humid late summer air evens it out slowly. You're thinking about your goal, but you need to gather your strength. All I can do now is rest. Sleep. Sleeping on the ground. Your blanket won't be much of a bed, and the palisade barely covers you from the wind. Sleeping here will be severely uncomfortable. Alright, well, okay. Ooh. You take a look at your amulets. For most people, they would be nothing more than trash, but you wouldn't sell them for a pouch of dragon bones. You use them to shape Pneuma to your will. With these little mementos, the few spells you're familiar with are far more reliable. Who knows, maybe there's already some power held in them. You look at the old, through clean bandages that remember dozens of herbal balms and wounds. You can put them on your hurting muscles, bruises, and scratches, then hum an old song about time, which either heals all wounds or kills us too soon to let us bother with our problems. Whoa. After a few hours or so, the linen will warm up, confirming it did its job. Damn. Maybe it will even out the pain of sleeping on the ground, though you'd lose some of your energy. Yeah, no way. The game warned us about using up our Pneuma too soon. We gotta save this shit for right now, I think. It's not even that clear. It's just, we're doing okay. We only got 3. It's gonna cost 2. I'm good. You're surrounded by sunlight. Your back begs you to stand up, Before you fully wake up, you smell a roast. No, burning meat. Burning rotten meat. Disgust crawls toward your consciousness. You stand up. Normally you would dust off your cape and blanket, but your instincts are stronger than your routine. Your horse is looking around nervously. Your bags are where you had left them. You see an open gate. Got one choice here. I go outside to see what's happening. Both soldiers are standing near a humble pyre. The man in the shirt looks at it contemplatively. Tulia is the first one to address you. Krebstar, she greets you with a nod. We used the horse's manure for the flames, so don't worry about cleaning it up. You see a corpse among the flames. It's impossible to tell if it belongs to a male or a female, but it was an adult. The burning process won't be over for a couple more hours. A traveler or an undead? The latter, a young one. She lacked the pneuma to understand that she couldn't get inside the camp without climbing. I stabbed her with a spear from a safe distance. She shifts her weight. One more fog, and she'd be a real threat. Even now it took a couple of hits to knock her down. Sooner or later, every human shell wakes up, gaining more strength with each soul it devours and each moment it spends in the fogs. Burning the dead is not just a religious practice, it's a necessity. Soldiers, priests, village mayors, even roadwardens. Making a large pyre takes a lot of time, but it saves lives. Tulia calls this undead a she. Most unites hesitate to do so. Yeah, I'm really digging the world building, you know? Like, that's also why I really enjoyed Disco Elysium. It just was such a unique world, and then you just, like, dig into it more and more, and they just have their own terms for so many things, and just, like, it's fun to just get into like, a world where they just talk about it in such a way where, you know, they kind of take for granted that you understand what they're talking about. Obviously, they are kind of explaining it to you, but it's fun. You know, a lot of games and things have such kind of like traditional fantasy elements that I'm into stuff like this. Time for me to leave. Running away from the reek, huh? I don't blame you. She walks with you for a few steps. Find us here if you need us, or if you learn what happened to Asterion. There's enough ground here for you to rest. Safe travels. These words make you stop. An old farewell, mocked in a number of songs and tales. But yet you hear no scorn in Tulia's voice. You wonder how many acts of kindness like this one you're going to experience in the days to follow. She returns to the pyre. I prepare myself for the journey. Oop, travel button to see the map and move to another area. Got it. You gather your equipment and spend half an hour warming up and preparing your mount, double-checking the buckled straps. You put on your gambeson and make sure that your axe is tightly attached to your belt, then get in the saddle. The palfrey nickers, ready to leave. It's time for you to get to the crossroads north from here. I need to ride north? Oh, travel. Got it. Ooh. Travel forward to continue your journey. Once you're done with the north, speak with Tulia to return to Holovan. Okay then. That's alright. Travel north. Ooh. New music. Even at a later hour, you wouldn't expect to meet any travelers in the valley. The warm summer breeze lures your mount forward, but the serene chirping of birds is quickly replaced by the distracting screeches and gurgles coming from further down the path. You soon find the pack of four-legged griffins. They're larger than foxes and merge the features of birds and furred beasts. Each one is of a different size, coat and colors, and their temperaments are just as varied. Their fronts are covered with vivid feathers, while their rears have darker fur. Their wings are massive, making them impressive jumpers, but they're too heavy to fly. About 24 beasts are yelling, brawling, and chasing each other around, blocking your path. I consider my options. You can't enter the forest blindly. If these or other creatures were to chase after you, the thicket would be disastrous for your horse. There are reasons why travelers stay as close to the main roads as possible, and why adventurers move in groups. Usually the safest approach would be to stay where you are and just wait for the pack to get hungry. It may, however, take up to a couple of hours. You're thinking about your conversation with Tulia. You've got a lot to do, and time may be of the essence. If you don't have enough pneuma, spell, okay? If you have enough pneuma, you can cast spells to access unique interactions. If you have enough pneuma, alright, it says that right there, okay. I take my axe and hurry the horse. If we ride fast enough, we should be fine. I should stay here, better safe than sorry. If I just click this, does it show me my options? I want to use magic. I want to use it. You know, as I first play through, it seems like the kind of game where you got to do multiple ones and you probably die in horrible ways early on or something. So, you know, I want to mess around here. Yeah, let's use it. I grab an amulet and shape a missile of light. A harmless flare will frighten them off. Cost 1 Numa. Yeah. You can learn more about your abilities in the character sheet. Okay, I'll look at it right now. Spells. Healing ritual. Where am I at? But I just did like a missile of light. What's that spell? I guess it's kind of dependent on this context or something. Gambling experience, alright. Keeps track of my lies. That's cool. You grab one of your oldest amulets, a pendant made of leather and a single dim pearl. The little sphere is covered by cryptic engravings, but if there's any special meaning behind them, you were never able to find out what it could be. Holding the pearl between your fingers, you feel the pleasant, familiar warmth. The spell you're about to cast is not much more than a mere illusion, but you take a couple of breaths, trying to minimize any risk of failure. The Numa leaves your shell, formed into a white ball that you barely comprehend. When it falls next to the griffins, for a couple of blinks, it emits dazzling light. The animals squeak and snarl, fleeing in multiple directions at once. The road is now clear. Alright. I ride forward and enjoy the touch of my pendant. It cools down slowly. Ooh. Oh, I got an achievement. The road splits, according to what the soldiers have told you. You may find a safe inn by turning left. The forest to the right is lush, and the trail overgrown. Kids used to have this song. How did it go? Oh, God. Doesn't even rhyme that much. The harshest pathway leads to the dragon's lair. Those who search for treasure, do you truly dare? You know, dare and lair. I didn't manage that one 100%. But the signpost in front of you doesn't make your situation much clearer. It was put here by someone who can't write, for folks who can't read. Covered in old red paint, it points east. Blood there, as people say. Danger to be found. There's not a soul to ask for guidance. I look at my horse. What's its name? Dobie. His name is Dobie. Dobie is peaceful as you stroke its mane. Maybe it can help you choose a path, but you spent many years together. Happy to go on, it takes a couple of steps forward. You spot a few berry shrubs and wild cabbages, but they still need at least 2 weeks to gain maturity. Time to make a turn. Right, travel. Got it. I mean, first playthrough, I'm going to this inn. Left. Dobie trots with ease, unbothered by the few branches covering the beaten road. The bird songs and distant howls draw your attention to the forest, which gets sparser and brighter. You spot boars, roe deer, and saurians. The sight of a nearby wolf pack worries you, but once you push your hips forward and your palfrey enters a canter, the beasts don't even begin a pursuit. The speed alone will protect you from many dangers. Oh man, we're going to be screwed if we lose this horse. And I feel like we're totally going to lose a horse at some point. You notice a stone tower taller than the trees. It must be the inn I've heard about. Ooh. Inns like this one fit the regions traveled by merchants, but you wouldn't expect a place of this size in a forsaken peninsula. The stone and lumber must have been transported from far away, and the workers guarded by expensive mercenaries, surely lived for many seasons in a primitive hamlet, subsisting on salted supplies. There are seemingly no cracks in the wall, and the building was whitewashed only a few years back. The road is wide and beaten. Dozens of souls could hide, if not in the buildings, then at least in the yard. The expenses and labor put into this fortress, were worth many trading ships. 3 armed people are on the ramparts, though you only see what's above their waistline. They're leaning on the parapet, right next to the gate, and you think you notice a glimpse of a smile. They wear gambesons. Each one of them dyed differently: yellow, green, and linen gray. I approach the gate. A woman in yellow armor leans forward. She has long, curly, disorderly red hair, pointing in every possible direction. This combination of colors doesn't work at all. In the woods, one would have to shout to draw this much attention. There's still a fair distance between the two of you, but she speaks loudly. I ain't seen a horse for years now. I just said that it's weird to see such a large jackass, huh? Her voice is young and strong with an accent that reminds you of the villages spread around Hovlevan, but no jackass would wear a saddle, I'd say. She exchanges a few words with a male guard wearing green, giving you time to move closer. Well, this one here says there really are donkey saddles. So say, traveler, how hard is it to ride a horse? I mean, she seems goofy. But I don't know that we're goofy. You know, I think she's goofy. We'll be friendly. We're not going to be goofy. Friendly. How about you give it a try? She gasps. Seriously, just a moment. She disappears behind the wall, and soon after that, the gate is opened. While you dismount next to the wood-splitting spot, a couple of people surround you, pointing at your mount and commenting on its appearance, though they step away whenever Dobie makes a rapid movement. The guard in the yellow armor is the only one who steps forward. She raises her hands as if to pet your palfrey, but doesn't touch it. It looks smaller from above, she whispers loudly. How do I even get up there? It's not easy when you lack confidence. Better use a stool, or I can help you. She touches the animal, which pays no attention to her presence. Now I'm really scared. She contradicts her words with a gentle smile and shining eyes. Maybe I should wear something lighter? You nod and engage in a bit of chit-chat with the entire group, discussing what it takes to take care of a horse. Finally, the red-haired woman leads you under the roof, where your palfrey can rest, tethered with a cord to a wooden post near some old hay. Once you're ready, go inside, speak with our boss. Maybe you're hungry? The other guards return to various chores. They peek at your mount every now and then, as they're splitting firewood, cleaning their clothes, weeding the garden patches, and moving chairs. 2 of them are making a rope. You head toward the inn, hearing the piercing scream of a boar from the other side of the yard. I open the door. Ooh. If you're at an inn in the morning, you can spend the entire day on resting. I don't know if I want to do that, but maybe I should. The locked windows make the air stuffy, and the weak fire in the stove hardly lightens up the hall. A muscular man is sweeping the floor near the stairs, but after he glances at you, he leans the broom against the wall and heads behind the counter. You're lucky to show up. His voice is deep and soft, with a city-like accent. He observes you with keen attention, yet avoids your eyes. I have a keg of decent ale. Wormwood, bog myrtle, juniper berries, cat's foot. He fills a mug carefully and puts it on the countertop. It's going to spoil soon, today maybe, and we don't drink here before the even. I hate to see the good stuff going to waste. His skin is dark, almost purple, rare even among the southern tribes, and his hair is naturally bluish. His clothes are quite fancy for manual labor. The elegant tunic wouldn't stand out in the city square. I stand at the counter. Planks let out a creak after every step you make, so you slow down a bit. You could swear that the innkeeper made little to no noise. Here you go. He pushes the mug forward. But just so you know, my pelt of the north doesn't belong to Hovlevan. You can sleep on the floor if you wish so, but if you want a better meal, you have to pay. We may have some leftovers from dinner, but I'd need to check. feel like being distanced again. I won't stay here for long, I introduce myself. He nods and fills another mug, this time with water. I guess there's no point in waiting for Asterion then. I'm glad to see someone taking his place. Even my crew here hits the road only if they need to see the healers of Howler's Dell, and they're more than resourceful. The Roadwarden is always going to find work here in the north, though maybe not on the eastern road. He takes a mouthful of water and drinks it with a pleased sigh. There are no guests here at this time, or hardly ever. I can take a short break. For a brief moment he meets your eyes. Yeah, drink it. We're drinking. The dark room and wooden walls of the mug make the liquid look as brown as a chestnut. The Lee... Is it Lee? The Lee in spring hits your nose, and the first sip is even too complex, too flowery. While the brewer has used fancy ingredients, the exotic licorice ruins the aftertaste. Now you know why there's so much left. Maybe it takes an acquired taste. The innkeeper nods. I was hoping to see someone willing to patrol the roads. Maybe you'll help me with a worrying thought I have, which is, there are brigands in the woods. Our place is a stronghold, so I'm not afraid of an open strike, but they've gotten more active in the last few years. One day they may steal our furs, and I've no doubt they're the reason why merchants come here only once. Having bandits around gets expensive. He rubs his hands together, camouflaging his paws. I want you to reach Howler's Dell, northwest from here. It's the largest settlement around. I'm sure you'll get there sooner or later. Ask, Thace, the mayor, about Glaucia, that bloodthirsty wolf of a woman. I've heard rumors about a raid in the north. If Glaucia is ready to break the truce with the locals, I'm willing to join forces with them to get rid of her band. He looks at a nearby dragon bone. Not too difficult, right? Just do it when you have a chance. A couple of days won't make much of a difference. I'll pay you 2 coins when you get back with the news. Fine? Yeah, sure. 3. He nods with a smile. What else do you need? We are pretty hungry. I could eat something. Do you have any leftovers? Yes, I feed them to our boar. I won't give them away for nothing. He tells you to wait, then leaves the building for a few minutes and returns with a wooden bucket and a long stick ending with a hook. Go through the gate and turn left. You'll see a bunch of bushes. We need some berries. Bring me a bucket full. You'll be done in half an hour or so. Your horse could use a nap anyway, and I'll prepare something to fill you. The hook is not made of metal or wood. It's a long, curved claw, almost black. I reach for the tools. Half an hour. That's quite a lot for berry picking. The tools are cold, not too heavy. You notice a pair of thick gloves at the bottom of the bucket. The berries are not a problem, the innkeeper smirks. Unlike the snakes, better scare them away with a stick or move them with your hook. And protect your hands. The little ones won't eat you, but don't get bitten. I'm sure you know how to be patient. I have other questions. I'm looking for Asterion, the previous Roadwarden. Are you now? He goes to the table and invites you to sit down with him. I don't think I'm going to be much help. He rests his elbow on the tabletop and grunts quietly to clear his throat. But I do want you to find him so. When asked about his intentions, he measures his words. Asterion and I made a risky deal. Well, a very promising one. Last time he was here, he took 50 coins, my half of the investment. He knocks on the table with a fist anxiously. If you get my coin, or at least find out what happened to the guy, I'll make sure you won't be disappointed after bringing me the news. Could it be that Asterion stole the coins and ran away? He looks at a window and starts to play with a shutter. I just think Asterion ain't the kind of soul that would do such a thing. For him, it wasn't much of a fortune, and I'd risk saying he had earned my trust. Not only mine, you know. It's easy for a Roadwarden to make connections. He always had places to go, things to take care of. He rubs the table with his thumb as if trying to clean an invisible stain. I've asked travelers. I've sent a couple of my pals to find him. No real news. I know he stayed in White Marshes for a day and was meant to do something for the people there. It's a village in the northwest. Just stay on the main road until you reach the bogs, then enter them. You may get there before dusk. So, let me know once you find anything, and we may yet return to this whole investment thing. I'll think about it. What can you tell me about the peninsula? What What could anyone say? This place doesn't even have a name, unless there's an old book in an archive that no soul knows about. You know what I call everything from here to the coast? The hunting ground. He glances at your eyes. But it's not us who hunt. Keep that in heart. But the beasts in all shapes and forms. His words gains confidence slowly, which is strengthened by his deep voice. I've lived in this inn for over 10 years now, and I've only seen a couple of roads, a couple of places. It's just, once you get here and see how harsh it is to hit the road, you have only more reasons to stay at the warm stove, behind a wall, even if it's suffocating. He looks toward the windows. I'm sure you've heard a lot already, but that people don't build hamlets anymore. There are no more ibexes from the south, and the traders stay only for a few days. All of our iron is used for cauldrons, not swords or tools. What will I find traveling west? Well, there are hills nearby. Then you'll find a village, maybe an hour away from here. It was destroyed by beasts almost a decade ago. Nothing to see there. The goblins live there now, so most people just travel around it. And they say it's haunted, but who knows? Who cares? He crosses his arms and starts to sway back and forth, gathering his thoughts. You'll get to a large tree on the edge of the swamp. For the locals, it's sacred. You're not used to hearing someone mentioning pagans as if there's nothing unusual about them. There's a small path south, which leads to an old mine in the mountains. Nothing to find there. But keep riding north and you'll find Howler's Dell, set at a clean brook. Farmers live there, and mouflons, druids. They'll let you stay for a night, but they're not cheap. If anyone thinks my prices are bad, it means they ain't been to the Ape Ale Inn yet. He lets out a gentle smile. I smile politely. Yeah. I know only a bit about the next settlement, Old Pagos. The soil there ain't too fertile, so they work in their quarry and help other settlements build things in exchange for crops. The forests and hills ain't too harsh, but the Seekers have a small monastery nearby, in the mountains. I don't care much about them. They keep to themselves, and they don't pay well. The third village is unknown to me, white marshes set at the bogs. I've heard it smells like a griffin's lair. I've heard a lot of nasty rumors about the place, but I won't share them. I don't want to be a lie spreader. So, 3 villages really. Howlers, the one near the monastery, whatever it's called, and Marsh's. Don't let their beds and palisades fool you, though. Weird people live there. Don't tell them more than you need to. You wonder if it's something he would tell other travelers as well. Are the eastern roads as rough as I've heard? Pretty much. Don't leave the main road, I'd say. Not so far from here you'll find an old dolmen. A few of my people had to spend a night there. And monkeys. Oh, monkeys. Monkeys stole food and gouds from their bags. I don't even know what a goud is. It was their fault. One of them had fallen asleep in the middle of his watch, but you know. The eastern forests are wild. The roads are rough. Almost no soul lives there. One day all these roads will be swallowed by the trees again. The furthest my team has ever gone was the home of the Enchantress. Just stay on track until you reach the crossroads, right near an abandoned watchtower. From there, turn east. You'll recognize the place. It's a nice home in a lonely meadow surrounded by a wall. Excuse me. He looks toward the closed window, then at you again. Kind of like our walls, but simpler, without coating. She lives as a hermit. Eudocia. I don't even know how she survives there. But if you don't have decent coin, you won't find much there. So, back to the crossroads. If you turn left instead, you'll see a road. People stay away from it. It connects the tower and the monastery, a shortcut between the two sides of the peninsula. I was warned by the locals not to use it. It already belongs to the beasts. Have you been to the northern coast? I only know about another inn. It's far from here, maybe a day on foot, a bit less from the eastern side. His eyes once again focus on the floor. I've never been there, but I've heard it's a safe place, close to the villages of fishers and hunters, although I don't know much about them. That's all I need. Didn't expect to find an inn of this size in a place such as this. Ah, so you know a thing or two after all. His mocking tone is soon replaced by a gentle smile. It was built long before we arrived. It didn't work out well for the previous owners. Once the war ended, they left. Not enough travelers, bad trade. The villages stick to themselves. We, however, came prepared, and now we're prospering. When you ask him how they can afford all the supplies, he runs his fingers through his dark hair. I'm not against running an inn, but we don't rely on guests. We're the ones doing all the trading. My hunters are a clever bunch and stay safe in the forest. In exchange for furs, claws, and bones, we get what we need and more, both from the south and the north. He relaxes in his chair. We have a good life here. We spent a whole lot on armor, crossbows, lumber, spears, but in another 10, maybe 20 years, we'll have enough savings to move to Hovlevan and not work for another day of our lives. We take risks, but smartly. The team is stronger than ever, and I have big plans for us. It's surprising to find a purple-skinned man so far in the north. Whoa. I don't want to say that, man. Is there a good story behind the inn's name? Returning to my other questions. There's a good story behind the inn's name. I mean, there's a story. There's a story, but not a good one. He clears his throat. For years, I wanted to have an inn called Pelt, but in my city, it would be in bad taste. Taverns and inns named with a single word were cheap, had a nasty reputation. There was the Claw and Mugger, Basilisk and Blissful, I think. The good places used at least two words: empty barrel, a rose, and a helmet, Empress's smile. Pighead was the exception. It was a real dive, he chuckles. In my soul, it's still just a pelt. Pelts are what we came here for, and what will make us reach our goals. All right. No, we're not saying that. I'm not going to draw attention. I don't know what this world is like. That seems kind of racist, bro. Chill out, man. I return to my other questions. About Glaucia's band. He freezes, observing your hands silently. He wants me to get the answer from the Mirror of Hellersdale. I'm on it. Sorry. Any rumors worth sharing? He crosses his arms. I don't like to talk about people who ain't nearby. But you know what you're doing. Who are you wondering about? Tell me about... Oh, shit. Archive? Oh, Jesus. Journal? Well, tell me about Asterion right now. Oh, man, I need to, take notes. This is brutal. Well, not a large man, though broad-shouldered, red hair and beard. I don't know what to say. He raises a muscled arm and places a hand on the back of his head. He was a fine fellow, but I doubt he's alive. He always tried to stay away from things, let's say. People knew him, but he didn't really have allies. Maybe the locals know what happened to him. He decided not to help him, or they wanted to get rid of him. He leans forward, looks at his boots. Asterion was a fine man, a quiet one, but not dumb. He aided me many times, not for free, of course. And when he couldn't finish the job, it was for damn good reasons. And you know what? He looks you in the eyes. He was scrupulous, patient. I'd be shocked if he died because of some mistake of his. Maybe the bandits got to him? Why not? Hold on a second. Just a moment. Okay. I feel like I had weird mic stuff going on. I don't know. How about Tulia? You know Tulia? I ain't seen Tulia in quite some time, since her squad vanished in the fogs. She's been careful. Glad to know she's still alive. She's too inexperienced to lead others to battle, I think, he shrugs. Like most people, she needs to follow others. But she already knows that. There's nothing worse than a fighter too stupid to limit their ambitions. I don't know people to ask about. That's all I need. I go outside. Step outside. Dobie is moving around slowly as far as its cord allows. You hear the sounds of work coming from the armorer's workshop. Yeah, Forge. The innkeeper knew what he was talking about. He put on the gloves and looked through the bushes from a safe distance. It doesn't take long before you notice the first serpent lying on a rock somewhere in the thicket. The creatures are not that large, and even if some of them hiss at you or slither closer, the jabs of the hook keep them at a distance. You You don't know much about these berries. They are round and reddish. You wouldn't trust such a color even if you were looking for food in the wilderness. The plants don't have thorns, but the leaves are harsh, so you make sure to thoroughly cover your skin with your clothes. You have to look through many bushes to fill the bucket, but the presence of insects and snakes doesn't allow you to relax. I gather the berries and go back to the inn. Yep. You've returned to the courtyard. 2 of the guards are participating in a friendly skirmish. The wrestling is accompanied by a crowd. I enter the inn. The locked windows make the air stuffy, and the weak fire in the stove hardly lightens up the hall. The innkeeper is mixing something in a pot at the stove. So, you again. Need anything? I put his fruits on the counter. Great. He peeks inside the bucket. I've got cabbage stew with a few goose chunks for you. I'd serve it even to merchants, if there were any around. The meal is warm and filling. It's well seasoned and not overcooked. And like I've said, I rarely have food to spare, but feel free to ask if you ever stop by. You may be lucky, and I've been cooking my whole life. Thanks. How did that old hook of mine work out for you? I see you still have your hands. I give him the hook. I'm fine. He takes the tools from you and nods. Need anything else? That's all I need. I go outside. Excuse me. Let's go to the armor. Well, let's approach the guards. A woman in yellow armor is kneeling next to a brown, hairy boar which is resting on its side. The beast is not as large as the dark ones from the forest. It responds to the touch of the human's hand and brush with grateful grunting and rapid twitches of a hind hoof. No matter how friendly it appears, it's still tethered to the well, and you have no doubts that its charge would leave Dobie dead in the breath. Oh. Oh. Man, this game is like a talking fest, and my throat's getting kind of sore. I don't have, throat stamina yet. When the woman notices you, she steps forward to the boar's disappointment. So, the new Roadwarden, she points at a window with her chin, forestalling the question. We don't need anything now, but when we travel with our furs, we can use some assistance. She may be around 30, but her warm voice and bright smile are camouflaging the touch of time on her unpowdered face. Like many red-haired people with freckles, her skin is unhealthily pale. The boar runs up to her, observing your boots and fruitlessly sniffing for food beneath the beaten ground. She pats its back but maintains her focus. How about a game or two? We have a bit of time and can talk a bit about this and that. Maybe you'll get a couple of coins, or lose one. She winks. We could play dice or throw axes at a target. Is there a spot that tells me, my amount of coins? I guess I have 5. Oh, it's a bad idea, but I'll play some dice. Your arrival, and especially the dragon bone you pull out, are cheerfully welcomed. 2 of the guards bring a table from the inn, another one prepares a couple of stools and chairs. There are also spectators, and you're told that the other hunters are either sleeping or have duty on the tower. Remember, no magic, says one of the players. His face is deadly serious. The game is new to you, but in no way baffling. 4 people can play at once. The wooden dice are long, with only 4 dotted faces. Every time someone wins a round, they get a point, and the person with the most points at the end of the game wins all the coins. As you play, you don't feel like you have much control over the results. I blend in with the group. You share casual jokes, memories, and views on luck and optimal strategies. Dobie and Tulia's camp are also brought up, but when you ask about the roads or the locals, their stories are vague. The drinks are here. It's a pour beer made from leftovers after the regular brewing. It's cold, sweet, and doesn't reach your head, but you try to avoid the smell. Just don't spill anything. The boar may get sick, says your bald opponent. In just a few minutes, you get 2 points, which are now represented by smooth pebbles. You don't really know how you got them. Either you don't get the strategy, or it's just pure luck. Let's see how lucky I am. During the final round, you get ahead of everyone, and the spectators playfully comment on your moves. The winner takes all. 3 dragons are placed on the table, and you put them into your pouch quickly. The table and chairs are moved back into the building, and the guard in yellow armor thanks you for playing. Is there anything you need? Have you ever been at the heart of the woods? We sometimes hunt south from there. There are good hunting grounds in the western half. The second one is too overgrown. Maybe the soil is different? She shrugs, then moves the hair away from her forehead. But it's a risky spot. There are treants there, and wolves, even the furless ones. And if you have to go through the tall grasses, watch out for what's on the ground. There ain't many archers in the trees. She smiles as if it's a joke. But there are all too many worms, even larger than a water leech. Tell me about yourself. Oh, what was that? After a brief giggle, her voice gets cold and serious. Nah, Roadwarden. We use names and stories among friends. You ain't one. Don't make me tempt curses. My bad. Sorry. Just clicking a dialogue option. Didn't mean nothing by it. I was foraging for berries for the innkeep. She chuckles. So I've heard. Don't worry about it. Usually we forage by ourselves, but he wouldn't ask you for a dragon for a meal. He gives small jobs to people all the time, just to see who agrees to do them. Wants to judge who's of use and who's too proud for their own good. I have some questions about this place. Not too much to tell, honestly. There are many beasts around, both wild game and dangerous monsters. We spend our time surrounded by these walls, leaving only to hunt, forage, or trade. It's an unusual tower, and I expect it to be closer to the gate and shorter. Like in Hovsleven? Fair, but it ain't here to protect the gate. This stronghold was built long before we moved in, and not to fight off humans. The tower was meant to be used by those who observe the deep forest. We look out for fires, dragons, and any winged creatures that are looking to roost on the roof. Baldy, she nods toward a man who indeed is completely bald, has a great eye, and sees well even in darkness. Any interesting creatures living nearby? Ha, here? Everything lives here, she flips her hair. I swear, we saw a few dragons, a unicorn family, a battle between trolls and goblins, faced 2 beastmen, oh, and a gargoyle, and a hunting queen shouts all the time. I could tell you all about them, but I won't. She winks and pats the boar on its head. You know, hunters have their secrets. Your group seems to be quite attached to this boar. How could you not be? She crouches and raises the boar's head, but it steps away and squeals as if someone's murdering it. It came with us from the city just in case. We had no clue how our first winter would go, so we needed some backup meat. And it works too. Cleans the dirt. She reaches out to the beast again, but it trots away. The woman straightens up with a pleased sigh. We haven't needed to eat it so far, but it's also funny. I learned in my home village that the farm boars are getting a bit smaller and more cuddly, kind of like ibexes, so it's not such a wild, dangerous beast, but we don't let it get close to other animals, or children. What do you usually hunt for? Anything we can eat or sell. If there's a partridge, a squirrel, or a rat, we don't complain. But when we move as a group, we look for something larger. Deers and oryx are delicious, but we don't always look for taste alone. There's value in bones, antlers, claws, tusks, things people used to make tools or sculptures. We use some of them to make tools and spears. You can never have enough spears. She pauses and looks at a strand of her hair, then suddenly speaks up again. And we look for furs, of course. What can I find north from here? I'm sorry, we don't really go to those regions. We stay close to home, only sometimes move south or west, to Howler's Dell, but only to trade. They're fine with buying more than they need, since they then take wares to the coast. She takes a long breath, twirling her hair and gathering her thoughts. You know what? I've never even seen a beach, and I've been living here for how many? More than 10 years now. She giggles. The only part of the sea I've seen was from Old Pagos, which is placed on a hill. I'd never put a toe in salt water. She looks toward another huntress who confirms that her experience is the same. But Old Pagos is a good place. As long as you don't mock their order and act nice, they'll also be kind. Boss says they're too serious for him to stand them, but at least they don't bite without a reason. Have you heard anything about the necromancers? It's something new. Her voice lowers to a whisper. I've never been to White Marshes, but over the years we've seen people moving away from there, south. They told us that the place has changed too much. A priest died, I think, and the new one awakens the dead. Sorry, Roadwarden, that's all I know. She's hiding something. She sounds convincing. Thanks. She observes you with a hand casually resting on her hip. Looking for knowledge about wild creatures. Well, I told you our knowledge is valuable. I don't know. She looks at the boar, which seems to be obsessed with a clump of grass growing next to the wall. 15 dragons, no less. Never mind. Never mind. I walk away. Armorer. You walk past the well and find a small open shed, not unlike the stable, but with a humble set of tables, carving tools, hammers, sharpening stones, pincers, knives, and other tools. As long as something can be solved by brute force, this place will find a way to do so. There are 2 people sitting on a long bench. The first one is a male with maybe inch-long hair, a cleanly shaven face, a thin, long, yellow tunic, bare legs, and sandals. He ignores your presence, sewing a gambeson with great concentration. The second person is a boy, maybe 15, who's wearing the crude outfit of a farmer. He glances at you, but soon returns to sharpening a long dagger. Greetings. The man raises his head, but it's the boy who speaks, focused on his task. He ain't talking. Tell him what it is that you need. The man smiles in confirmation, looks at the piece of garment in his hands, then looks around, shrugs, and returns to you with a raised eyebrow. Look at the youngster. Learning the trade, I see? Kind of, he answers reluctantly, but his teacher pats his knee, giving him a harsh look. The kid clears his throat. Yes, but we both ain't masters, you see. There's not a soul to teach us, so once I'm ready, I'll try hunting instead. Fixing things for others is boring. The man grunts a sound, though you don't understand it. Seeing your face, the boy chuckles. He said, safe. Let's meet in the middle. Boring, but safe. The man nods. Could you patch my clothes if they were torn? He shakes his head and points at the uneven seams on his own tunic, then grabs a crude bone needle and shows you its broken head. He wouldn't even if he had the tools, says the boy, but you can try in Howler's Dell or Gal Rocks. I'm in need of your services. He nods, points at the laces in the front of your jacket, raises his clenched fingers to his shoulders, then gently spreads and lowers them as if he's taking off a robe. You follow his command and allow him to properly inspect your gambeson. After a few minutes, he gives it back, then reaches for his pouch. He pulls out one dragon bone, shrugs, and another one, and waves both of them in the air, pursing his lips. He makes a few speech-like noises with his empty mouth, grunting what sounds like, I don't know. I consider his offer. Patched up. Only 1 coin? I just won 3. Damn. Seems like, yeah, sure. I'll do it. And now can I just leave? Nice. Leave the shed. Yeah, let's go to the well. A recently renovated wooden roof covers the well from rain and birds. One of the guards is enjoying the cold drink he drew with a bucket and tells you to use only as much water as is necessary. You need at least 1 piece of bathing equipment to get more out of this place. Bathing equipment. I step away. In the inn. I should look at what he has to sell at least. I can go and pick up a few things for you. Some food for your travels to start with. Apples, nuts, sausage. Not too many at once. We need to maintain our supplies. I've got an elk fur I don't need. Its buyer was caught by a pack of red wolves. Nice for a sleeping spot. Just as nice for a wall. An almost untouched bowl of soap. Priceless for a traveler. You can't tell if he's being sarcastic. Made of fine oak ash. Strong. Though you should have some better supplies before you start your own bathhouse. After you mention you'd like something more useful on these roads, he looks down. I don't have any blades or armor to spare, but if you pay well, you can take one of our crossbows and a bunch of quarrels. A yew bow, wool cords, and the trigger needs just a little bit of oil. It's as good as you can get without soaking it in magic. Takes a bit of muscle to draw, but even a 16-year-old could handle it. I won't sell it cheap, but I'm ready to give a discount to a helpful ally. Let me look at what you have first. 30? Is a quarrel one, like, bolt? I don't know. Oh, here, I see. Coral. Set of 5 arrows for a crossbow. Got it. Okay, so it'd be 15. I'll buy one food ration. Oh, about 3 food rations. That works. Man, I kind of want that elk fur. I feel like it'll help us sleep better, but oh well. I did buy the soap. I want to buy this too. Yeah. Yeah. Wash my shell. Splashing yourself with cold water from a bucket won't take away your smell, but it's enough to remove the tallow and sweat from your skin or mud stains from your clothes. I step away. To the end. Let's save again. It's been a little bit. What do I do to rest again? I can't remember. Sleep. I can't sleep. How do I choose to rest? Like they said you could rest, you could spend a whole day like resting in a place. Oh, I could just wait, I see. I can't wait here, I see. I need to go out here to wait. Okay, so I'll just save over this. There we go. Wait. Would that count as resting? I do feel like I should try to sleep here. Wait until evening, I guess. Wait until noon, something new. Afternoon. Evening. Vitality to go up. Oh man, it gives so much Numa. I should have used it. Oh well. Damn. Sure. Ooh. You hear a thunderous roar. You rise to your feet and rub the sleep from your eyes. The doors are opening. People are shouting orders and words of warning. As you open the window, you see what's behind the commotion. Something is on the other side of the wall, trying to get through, and the guards are fighting it off with their torches, spears, and crossbows. Thanks to their light, you see the large, furry paws placed on the top of the wall walk. As far as you can tell, the beast is but a single leap away from getting inside. I need to help them. Look for your gambeson and blade. It's still a bit foggy in your thoughts, and once you find them, you struggle to get inside the jacket. As your habits kick in, you see the innkeeper right in front of you holding a candle. You're a guest, stay here, he says without a shadow of hesitation. My team has no time to worry about outsiders. Just after his words, you hear cheerful laughter from the wall. Judging by the way they point their fingers and lower their weapons, the beast is fleeing. Well, I shouldn't expect people will need my help all the time. The small room is quiet and far away from unwanted eyes. You take a calm bath and rest on a soft mattress, looking through the window and enjoy the minutes of safety. In the morning, you find a stool with a large wooden plate bearing an aromatic breakfast, a decent stew with white bread to dip. Downstairs, the innkeeper is putting firewood into the stove. He asks if you need anything else. Any leftovers? Not today. No, maybe tomorrow. That's all I need. Time to travel. Why is let me rest now? That's weird. No. Well, why couldn't I do that before? Oh, I wish I could have done that before. Anyway, I mean, I guess I get that something was going on, but no, we gotta move. I'm gonna check the journal first. Here. The road uphill meanders, slowing you down and forcing you to pay close attention not only to the shadows of the trees, but also to the tight rocky passages. You can't help but notice a few caves and fine ambush spots. Keep an eye out for any sign of life. Ruined village. Standing in front of the gate, you hear no voices, no tools at work, no steps. Dozens of birds live among the collapsed roofs. Their fluttering, singing, and squawking is free of worries. If you want to travel any further, you need to ride around the palisade. Searching the ruins may take a lot of time. The broken gate in the north will lead you to the village. The sound of a gentle river reaches you from the east, where you see a saggy fence surrounding an overgrown pasture. Behind the burnt building in the east, you see an oddly barren field. Take a closer look at the gate. The palisade is in good shape, and the entrance wasn't even touched by the fire. It was torn away, possibly thrown. The amount of force used must have been huge, but you'd expect that it would push the gate into the village, not away from it. You don't see the marks of a dragon bite. A troll could toss such planks, but after so many years, you see no paw prints. A mage? You can't really tell. I approached the building near the field. The broken logs and planks are charred, while the wooden walls are rotten and covered in moss. You see no ashes or dust, proving that the fire happened long ago. The smell is awful, and there are no reasons to stay for long. You see no furniture, just some broken shelves. It was just a storage room. The valuable odds and ends were already taken by the scavengers. I move forward. Where do you want to go? Let's look at the fields. You're surrounded by what looks like a rain field. Why did they say rain? You're surrounded by what looks like a field plowed in late autumn, disturbed by hundreds of rains and snowfalls. There's a few clumps of grass and wheat, but a place like this one, abandoned for years, should already have turned itself into a green lea. A barren field? I don't know what lea means in this context. I don't even know what lea means, period. Is it just a game word in the game? I don't know. A barren field. Maybe it was overused? But you would still expect the weeds to sprout. A curse? The path leading west from here ends at the edge of the field, shifting into a meadow, then a forest. In the north, you see a path leading around the palisade. I use my amulet to sense if there's Numa buried in this place. Yeah, let's do it. You unpack the wooden spheres, pleasantly smooth and light. The entire set fits in the palm of your hand. You place them in various spots, marking their positions by sticking a branch on the soil. All you can do now is wait, so you brush Dobie for a bit and make sure the saddle doesn't bother it. When you return to gather your amulets, all of them are much warmer than your skin. The entire field is corrupted, though seeing how there are already some plants growing from it, the spell is fading away. The curse is most likely as old as the last harvest. I walk away. I need those amulets to cool off. Your stomach makes you let out a painful groan. Where do you want to go? Let's look at the pasture. You don't find a single sign of the livestock that lived here in the past. Any bones, horns, antlers, or dung have already been devoured by the wilderness. The pasture ends at the river. On the opposite bank, the meadow turns into a thick forest, impenetrable for a rider. What what are the chances that a herd of defenseless animals could get there and survive? The breach in the southern fence wasn't made by some brute force. You find axe cuts in the south that were ultimately broken away. After all these years, there are no tracks that you could follow. Return to the main road. Let's look at the southwest part of the village. The buildings, some of which have collapsed, are made of wood, now charred and rotten. You spot claw marks on the walls, especially close to the doors and window frames. They could belong to a dragonling, or a large wolf, larger than the gray ones, or a corpse eater. Too many options to make a guess. Yet no beast remains in sight. You find the remains of clothes, furniture, odds and ends. Only one object seems to be of use, a blanket-like fish trap made of vines and willow branches. If a large fish swims into it, it won't be able to get out on its own. It's quite large, but I can fit it on my saddle. Okay. The closer you are to the village and the longer you stay around, the sicker you feel. The taste of gastric juices hits your mouth, your forehead hurts, you start to stumble. Dobie, worried by the sight, pokes your head with his nose. I walk far away from the walls. Leaning on your mount, you go outside, keeping your mouth shut. After a few minutes, your eyes get clearer. It may be better to leave, or at least to stay away from the village for the rest of the day. You stop and touch your aching stomach. Where do you want to go? I guess we're not looking at the palisade. Ah, but I can't really go. I have to go back. Well, we're looking at the palisade. Tracks of human footwear and many, many more ape footprints cover the path formed around the palisade's breach. As far as you can tell, the freshest footprints lead to the village. The wooden stakes spread on the ground are rotten, covered in mushrooms, small flowers, insects, and worms. A good source of animal or goblin food, though you'd expect them to also hunt for the bird and eggs. The meadow in the west turns into a forest quickly. The grasses in the north surround dozens of tree stumps, already covered with moss and fungi. Going south, you'll reach a large field, though you don't see any crops. I shouldn't enter the forest, especially not in this area. It's unpredictable. You stop and touch your aching stomach. Where do you want to go? Why does it say my stomach's aching? I'm 3 out of 4. I inspect the clearing in the west. The meadow is lush and colorful and so dense it's unsafe for a rider. For a couple of minutes, you lead Dobie with a rope, avoiding the potential disaster in case of a hoof falling into an animal den. Being forced to travel around the palisade every time you get here is going to be a pain. Most of the tree trunks look similar and have a comparable size. They were most likely planted with the sole purpose of being cut down and used by the locals. Though cutting so many trees at once, that alone could provoke the wrath of the herds. Such a process should be spread across a couple of seasons, and you can't be sure that was the case. In the west and north, the clearing turns into a wild forest. In the east, you see a road leading north. I leave the clearing. You go to the road leading north from the village. You're at the closed northern gate. The neglected road is partially overgrown. You hear a river in the east, separated by the lush meadow, filled with crickets and rodents. I take a closer look at the gate. Pushed or pulled, it doesn't move an inch. Someone has spread dirt and rocks underneath it and around it, seemingly to keep the planks stuck in the ground. I go somewhere else. You stop and touch your aching stomach. Head to the river. You see a quenching family of boars, some of them brown, some black. You consider turning back, but they pay you little attention. After a couple of grunts, they run north. The river is not too wide, yet unusually deep, with banks altered by the locals for decades, if not centuries. The water is cold and clean, yet filled with long plants growing from the bottom. You would rather avoid jumping inside or drinking from it, but you're tempted to at least wash your face, neck, and hands. Dozens, if not hundreds, of small fish are looking for tasty leaves, but also try to avoid the predators, a dance of life completely unaware of your presence. You suddenly realize there's something else buried among the kelp, a rusty sickle sticking out of the ground, a couple of stone axes and hoes. The wooden handles and a large wagon are covered with moss, but you recognize their shapes. Why would someone drop them here? On the opposite bank, the meadow turns into a thick forest, impenetrable for a rider. I turn back. I mean, we're absolutely clean, so there's no point in cleaning ourselves. Yeah, fish trap. You place the basket on the ground, then grab a bowl and start digging, looking for a few larger worms. You bait the stick and push it inside the basket, locking it between the sides. Then cover the entrance with the lid. Tying it together takes you a few good moments, but will be easier later on. You attach the entire trap to a bush and push it into the stream, far enough that it sinks entirely. Who knows how long it will take before something large enough swims inside. Still, it would be better to not wait for too long. Otherwise, the prey may die of hunger. I step away. I guess we could eat. Oh, by 2? Well, then we're not going to eat. Okay. Let's see. We go. We can move now. Okay. You enter the wetlands. But there are many streams, ponds, and fish. Large birds run and fly between the gray, sparse trees that are covered with moss, mushrooms, and critters. For a human, it may be an unwelcoming and harsh realm, but the overwhelming swarms of insects prove that it's a realm full of life. The danger with teeth and claws is hidden below the water's surface. I stay away from the banks. This plant shouldn't be alive, not without leaves. It doesn't resemble the other trees of the wetlands. It's something else. You get off your horse and prepare your axe. The water is filled with dirt and dead plants, and it smells like an old corpse. The roots are spreading far, breaking through the water's surface. You don't see any saurians in the grasses around the shore. You approach the table-like altar made of 3 limestone slabs. Were these rocks originally as formless as they are now? Or was there a point in time, centuries ago, when they were precisely shaped and decorated by masters of artistry? There's no way to tell. Dobie is peacefully observing the dark grass and slapping flies with its tail. Whatever it is that you feel in the air, it's clear that your companion sees this place through very different eyes. I know there are dark forces hidden in here. I ask the right for a vigilant eye and a bright soul. Sure. You bow your head, trying to imagine an appropriate ritual. Whenever you start a thought, it runs away to the sounds of insects, visions of predators, smells of the muddy water. You rub your hands, focusing on what's in your grasp, collecting your wits slowly. It takes a few moments, but you start breathing without sensing the stench. You arrange all the chaotic images into a cohesive utterance. Your prayer is brief, but once it's done, you feel prepared. I approach the altar. There's clumped dirt in the uneven nicks, fused by years of winds and rains. The bottom surface of the table is dusty, but you don't find any spiderwebs or mold, even though it's a perfect spot for them. The tree roots cling to the altar in many spots. They're firmly attached. You struggle to move them even by an inch. The cream-colored limestone is cold and smooth. Yeah. You unpack the wooden spheres, pleasantly smooth and light. The entire set fits in the palm of your hand. You place them in various spots, on the altar, next to the roots beneath it, and a few steps away, on the boulder. You begin the ritual, after which all you can do is wait. You go for a walk with Dobie, making sure there are no monsters in your vicinity. When you return to collect your amulets, only the one placed on the rock hasn't changed its temperature. The others are cold. The closer they are to the tree roots, the cooler they are, almost painfully so. This is not what was supposed to happen. If the objects are filled with magic, the spheres get warmer. If not, they stay in their original state. But this, you've never seen such a reaction. I try something else. I make an offering. Yeah, food. Alright. Did I actually lose it? I guess not. Coin. I  I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I I Why is it hidden? Pendant. What's it called exactly? Winged hourglass. Damn. Amulet? Alright, I give up. Look into the water. You step cautiously without knowing how deep it gets. You have to consider that a saurian could be camouflaged in the mud, waiting for a victim to get near. Since you don't plan to kneel down and drink, you're hoping to dodge a potential strike. Once you get closer, you start breathing again. While the water is dirty, it's also shallow. You see the vegetation, swimming insects, and even small fish. All of them stay away from the tree roots, which look like a spiderweb covering the bottom of the pond. Aside from that, you don't see anything that would catch your attention. You kneel in front of one that's lying on the shore. It's brown, covered with hair that resembles that on your arm. When you touch it, it's moist, soft, and warmer than you'd expect. I do something with it. I don't know, cut. You pull out your knife, then stop in place. You can't tell what the results of wounding the tree would be. I better spare it. Damn, I can't even make the choice again. I can't even go back to the tree again. Damn. To the north. You slow down. Among the shrubs, a small pack of dragonlings is feasting on the carcass of a grey orc. One of them, with red feathers on its arms, straightens up and gives you a curious glance. Its head tilts left and right, forward and back. It screeches at you, but doesn't move forward, and returns to its meal. You wonder what would happen if you were on foot. Would they let you be, satisfied with their prey, or run after you? But if so, for what reason? For now, you have enough space to move forward, yet stay safe. The powerful jaws break the monster's bones loudly, then bite off and swallow chunks of meat. I ride forward, but I keep my distance and look over my shoulder. Oh, some music again. The beaten road serves your palfrey well. The forest to your left becomes sparse and brighter, and there are dozens of human-made paths among the fruit-bearing trees. On your right, there's a large pasture with at least a dozen massive mouflons. I don't know what those are still yet. 2 of them, already sheared, look comically small, but soon after that, you ride alongside vast, flourishing fields filled with rye, still green, preparing itself patiently for the second harvest. The path ends with a massive wooden gate. The stone wall, separating you from the glow of lights behind it, isn't as tall as the roofs, but you can't imagine climbing to its top. There are pretty much no cracks, no missing bricks, a sign of many hours of labor, especially considering how massive the settlement is, as wide as a city district. The birds and monkeys are now just a distant echo, replaced with the sounds of carts, running, hammers, saws, laughter, and shouts. Finally, maybe I can rest here, although we're not really that tired, bro. I think we like areas like this. A young man is leaning against the closed gate, covered by its shadow. He's young, tanned, and has a short, elegantly trimmed red beard. Beneath the green gambeson, he wears an expensive tunic decorated with colorful trim. From his arm hangs a steel helmet, though the metal is so thin that it's mostly made of wool and leather. He moves into the light and takes on the posture. Oh my god, that guitar-like string fucking startled me. I wasn't ready for that. There wasn't anything like that up to this whole fucking point. I've been playing for like 2 hours. For some reason, it just got me. Good God. Okay. I'm gonna take a drink of water here. Oh my God. Oh. Oh. Good God. He moves into the light and takes on the posture of a disciplined soldier, not a mercenary. He's standing upright with his chin up. There are two weapons on the ground, leaning on the wooden beams of the gate, an axe made of steel and a wooden club. He doesn't reach for either. You dismount smoothly, still having some vigor left. Dobie holds its tail high. A narrow path leads north, toward two field workers, one with a hoe and one with a pitchfork. They wave to you. You can't see their faces, but their clothes are simple, gray pants and vests, made from hemp and wool. We've been keeping distance, so we'll be distance boys. The guard smiles, yet avoids your eyes, and has to clear his throat before he speaks. Welcome, traveler. If you're new here to make trouble... If you're new here to make trouble, Howler's Dell welcomes you. We have the whitest flower there is. When he bows, you realize it's a well-practiced performance. If it's new garments you're looking for, you can order everything you need right here, in all colors, shapes, and sizes. Capes, boots, vests, robes, or if you're yourself a master of the needle, I can assure you we have the fabric you're looking for. His act is over and he glances at your mount in a moment of silence. His eyes get wider as he observes it with a childlike fascination. This is Dobie. It helps me patrol the roads. You can pet its side if you want, but no sudden movements. He follows your instructions. Even though your palfrey pays no attention to the man's careful touch, the guard grins widely. I'm Krebstar, your new Roadwarden. I want to see your mare. A city folk, eh? The mare is busy, but I'll ask her. Give us a moment to let you in. He knocks at the gate, which is then pulled inward by two other guards, a man and a woman, wearing their own gambesons, similarly green, but tailor-made to match their figures. The nearby buildings are simple houses made of wooden beams and covered with thatch, while the storehouse is even more modest, with a roof made of planks. The watchtower has a ladder made of ropes and sticks, no stairs. Just give me a moment. The guard strides away before he finishes the last word. The others close the gate behind you and observe your mount carefully. Your eyes run east to a humming creek, running through the center of the village. I wait for the return of the messenger. I want to look at the journal, because, well, who is it? What was it? Someone... According to Pelt's innkeep, Glaucia and her band have broken the truce with the local villages. He's going to pay me 3 dragons if I get in touch with Face, the mayor of Howler's Dell, and bring him her response. Nice. I don't know how many coins 3 dragons is, but hopefully a decent amount. Or unless it's just 3 coins, which would not be that much, to be honest. It's weird because it's like here, but it didn't like let me select to do that again. I wonder if I'll just totally missed it or if I can do it. Oh, nice. Oh, I should have asked the guy about it himself. I should have said like you. Damn. Oh well. Or I could have asked about like the hunters outside and stuff too. Oh man, oh well. Calming sound, eh? That's Howler's Creek. The guard, like most of the locals, is taller than you. Wide but shallow, there's nae been a flood in years. Pa told me there used to be nae bridges. Neighbors were crossing it with boots in their hands. It is clean like a raindrop, but there are nae many fish. We're the cleanest village in the north, her companion chuckles brightly. When the guard returns, he's still alone. She canna come now. A friend of mine is in labor, eh? The mayor wants to be there when the child arrives. But I was asked to show you the village. I nod. Fine. He approaches the watchtower. Tie your mount here, we'll keep the kids away. Most of the neighbors are getting ready to celebrate. Once you're done, he grabs the rope ladder. The view from up there is gorgeous. Damn, bro. We're not like that. If it's a trap, he'll get us first. I climb after him. Even though the ladder swings in all directions, the guard gets to the top quickly, like a monkey climbing up creepers. You, on the other hand, need to make stops and wait for the ladder to calm itself. When you join the man on the wooden platform, you're a bit dizzy. He leans on the wooden parapet, observing the area with a smile. I look around. Ooh. They have like a little, what's this thing, I wonder? See? There's nae place like Howler's Dell. The guard points in every direction, giving you no time to contemplate. For the next few minutes, he describes the fields and their crops, the flocks and the pastures, and the shepherds inspecting the fences, the ancient garden of trees and bushes, larger than the village itself, the sunlight dancing on the stream to its own tune. If you are to believe everything he describes, this place has access to everything in abundance. The sweetest honey, the most fragrant bread, the softest wool, and the beer, 'tis excellent. He sounds like a city merchant who's trying to sell an old house. I mean, like, we're like a city guy, but, I think it's cool. No wonder he's so proud. Why wouldn't he be? They've tamed this scrap of land and live in comfort. Yeah. Is it islet or islet? I think it's islet, right? The islet in the middle connects both parts. I'm looking it up. I'm looking up islet. Give me a break. Please wait.
Islet.
It is islet. Okay. That makes sense. The islet in the middle connects both parts of the village. According to the man, the northern gate is hardly ever opened, as it leads nowhere now. Near the eastern gate, there's the Ape Ale Inn, where you can find a... Oh, we were warned about that place. They're too expensive. Where you can find a bed and victuals. And there's the stall where Akakios rewards our work unless we annoy him with pointless talk. He lets out a chuckle. On the opposite side of the creek, there's another white house. It belongs to Bion, the best clothier in the north. Priests live in the southeast, near the wall, but they do not talk to strangers. You also hear about the hunter, the cooper, the fisher, the miller. The pie maker lives with his sister, the baker. The smith and her husband, the carpenter, live with their kids. Some of the larger buildings could accommodate 2, maybe even 3 generations at once. There could be more than 100 dwellers here. You consider stopping his speech, but he suddenly points at the islet again. There, see? The mare's coming. The one wearing purple. You're free to join her, traveler. I nod and climb down. You try to get down quickly, but 2 steps are enough to make you sure that's a bad idea. You wait for the ladder to find its balance. You're relieved when you touch the ground again. You untie your palfrey and follow the guard. You pass a small pasturage surrounded by a wooden fence, a few loose chickens, and a tethered boar. The fancier buildings are covered with whitewashed coatings, surrounded with vegetables, herbs, and flowers. The bridges are wide enough to carry even a wagon, but for Dobie walking on the wooden beams is far from pleasant. The islet is empty, but you notice an empty stall painted with the shapes of colorful flowers. I walk over the second bridge. Along the entire path, you notice more and more people observing you, smiling or casually greeting you as they're focused on their own tasks. Finally, you reach the main square. A large tree grows in the center, surrounded by dark water, held together by a thin wall, perfect for sitting, but the smell coming from liquid makes you think of rotten eggs. The plant reminds you of the tree you saw in the south, next to the swamp altar. In the north, you see the Ape Ale Inn. Judging by the tables, stools, and benches outside of it, it's open for guests. The villagers are chatting and dining loudly, and you catch their curious glances On the side of the dining area, the merchant is arguing with a tall, broad-shouldered worker, an old man sitting by himself, eating a pie, with a walking stick leaning against the table. A young woman is cleaning the empty mugs in the creek, speaking with a man at least twice her age, maybe your father. I need a spot to tether Dobie. There's a wide wooden roof right next to the gate that shelters carts, crates, and sacks. You move your mount next to a donkey into a beam placed here just for this purpose. Without a moment of hesitation, Dobie starts to chew on the nearby haystack. You have some time to make sure it doesn't struggle with your bundles. You return to the inn. I look for the mare and approach her. She's sitting on a chair with a 4-year-old boy on her knees. She's holding his hand gently, showing him how to eat gruel from a bowl. It's not a cheap meal, though. You spot nuts, berries, and milk, and the added honey makes it yellowish. The kid is clean and quiet, and once he notices your arrival, he crams his mouth with a spoonful of oats. Now, love, the mare titters. Do not get distracted. She rubs the meal off his face. A few more spoons and you'll go help Papa in the kitchen, She gives you a radiant, though apologetic smile, then turns her attention back to her companion. I observe her more closely. Her long, full-sleeved linen dress must have been dyed once in blue and once in red to achieve its dark, fancy purple, which would draw looks even in Hovleven. From her left shoulder hangs a green woolen cape, as thin as a shawl. The brown belt on her waist has a large steel buckle that portrays a running deer with unrealistically large antlers, growing in all directions like tree branches. Unlike her tribesfolk, she's pale, with powdered and rouged cheeks, and her lips match her outfit, though they're a bit closer to wine red. The gray, thick strands on her long, blonde hair look more like a fashion choice than a result of aging. Her eyes are the color of her cape, keen and vigorous. She's shorter than most people around, though would still be the tallest woman in most of the northern settlements. While she's around 40, her slim hands add fragility to her appearance, even though her posture is upright, her legs confidently crossed, and her delicate voice assertive. She makes plenty of gestures, but her shoulders hardly ever move. I need no invitations. I sit down on a bench. We're tired. Oh, she doesn't like that. Just a moment, please. She glances at you harshly and puts the boy on the ground. I'm sorry, love, but I need to speak with our guest. Darling. She addresses one of the in-workers, a girl close to 15. Take him to father, will you? Her tone suddenly gets firmer, leaving no hint of question or suggestion. Yes, Ma, she responds. Both her hair and her eyes are nothing like those of her brother, and neither of the kids resemble their mother. Okay. Nah, I don't need all this family shit. Like, I'm good. I don't need to, speculate. But, whatever. The flowing water hits silently the rocks and wooden stakes surrounding the aisle, then splits into two stream beds. In Hovleven, the river is surrounded by tall walls protecting the banks from deterioration, and the water is seldom free of dirt. Here, the smell is as fresh as it would be in the woods. So, we have a Roadwarden again. The plant reminds you of the tree you saw in the south next to the swamp altar. I'm sure you're hungry. Ma husband will bring us something soon. No food is free, I say. Now, let's not get silly, she lowers her voice. Nothing is free. But nay, every act of kindness is a trap. I'll fill your stomach now, and we'll both fill our pouches later on. And of course, she smiles. She brings back her smile. It's a custom of ours to lend a hand to lost travelers. The forest is full of fruit, and there's no reason for us to suffer from hunger. Then I accept. Thus a relief. You're saving me from one awkward dinner. She taps her chest and looks at a flock of birds that fly above you loudly, heading south. As we're waiting, be so good as to help me understand something. If you're but a mercenary, I can nay imagine a single reason for you to choose this realm for your wardening. Nay so long after Asterian's disappearance. There's nigh glory or treasure to find here. Her pale fingers form a tent on her stomach, then clasp, leaving the forefingers pointing at you. You were sent here by the merchants. They want the peninsula. Let's be friendly. Oh, it's a... Oh, this is tough. I don't know. Saving. Damn it, I don't know. She's not gonna like this. Like, I could do that, but she's not gonna like that. That might be good. I'm gonna go with this time. You introduce yourself and confirm her suspicions. The war was merciless for all the coastal cities, and now the chief is in agreement with the merchants. Together we're stronger. You touch on the more obvious parts of a potential deal with the city, such as taxes, but you draw our attention back to the matters of safety. Keeping to yourself, you put your people at risk. Your voice shakes slightly. By joining the 10 cities, you'll protect your people, your land. Throughout your speech, the mayor observes you without interruptions, but her fingers are tapping on the deer buckle with frustration. Finally, she takes a deep breath and looks away at her tribesfolk. It's foolish of you to assume our weakness, Krebsner. We don't need guidance from the cities, nor protection. We don't need help. And I hope to find more than survival. When she looks directly into your eyes, you flinch. I need real partners, ones who will aid us in our growth, ones that don't hide any catch in their promises. Her accent is now almost identical to the one used in the city. What sort of catch? I'm not gonna say. You don't have to trust anyone blindly. The negotiations can satisfy both sides. Well, I wouldn't dare to trust some coin-hoarding trolls, she laughs at her own joke. They would devour the walls that defend them if they could. And I know some of the dirty tricks they use. Here, listen to this one. She theatrically clears her throat, patting her chest with one hand and covering her mouth with another, then leans forward and rests on her elbows, allowing her hands to freely make gestures. You make a deal with the settlement, flour and wool in exchange for coin and tools. You send the first traders, and they imply that you're ready to pay more for, let's say, parchment. Months later, you want no more rye, just the parchment and wool. We can't butcher any more mouflons, the locals say. Don't worry, you answer. We'll send you a small flock. Just turn a field of yours into a pasturage. As she pretends to speak as different characters, her voice comically shifts, and she has no issue switching between accents. I keep a straight face. She swings her hand above the table. Another year goes by, and while there's more parchment, the village lacks some crops. The tribe needs not just tools and coins, a lot of coins, but also seeds, and the guild is not satisfied. Sending our wagons costs a lot, and there are more highwaymen now. If you want us to come again, you need more mouflons, and to sell us their cheese. And guess what? With a haunting laugh, she straightens up and spreads her arms like someone a third her age. Turns out that the village can't say no anymore. They lack supplies, seeds, and land. They can't refuse. I smile. I have no doubt that a smart leader like yourself is going to protect your people from these games. I'll just nod. The pause doesn't linger for long. I see we understand each other. Let's finish the introductions. I'm Thais, one of the keepers of the Ape Al Inn and the mayor of Howler's Dell. I assume it would be convenient for you to take my answer back to Hovelven. She wonders for a moment. Say, when could we expect the first caravan? After winter? It depends on what you can sell and what you want in return. While the conversation goes on, the food gets served. The refreshing aroma of roasted mutton, covered with a thick sauce made of mint, parsley, and honey tempts you to bite in right away. The juices are sinking into the round trencher, a plate made of simple brown bread. There's also a small bowl filled with chopped red radishes and a sliced boiled egg, and a mug filled with cold buttermilk. It's all brought by a few young people, all of them referring to the mayor as their mother, and in the end, the innkeeper himself shows up to wish you a good meal. He's wearing a clean orange tunic and a not-so-clean apron made of hemp. He politely introduces himself as Eric's, and after confirming you won't get sick from what he's prepared, he leaves you and his wife to your conversation. Thais tears the meat into smaller pieces, then eats slowly, often expressing her enjoyment with a hum. Meanwhile, we get to the important stuff. Sounds like the nearby ground is fertile. The village would gladly pay its taxes in grain and vegetables with the expectation that a squad of soldiers would provide additional protection. Our youth is strong, she claims proudly, so we don't need your guards on our walls. But a lone roadwarden won't keep the roads passable. We need fighters willing to patrol the paths, maybe even the heart of the woods. That's what we'd expect in return. You're not an expert when it comes to linen, cheese, and wool, so the mayor spends a good couple of minutes describing the outstanding quality of what the village has to offer, especially the clothes, which are meant to be as unique as those made by Master Crispus. You recognize vaguely the name of this tailor shoemaker, but you've never earned enough to pay him for as much as a single sleeve. And of course, we will never reject some steel and bronze. We lack alloys for sickles and scythes. She then repeats her question about starting a trade route. Truth be told, the guild is not sure what the peninsula has to offer. It's going to take more than your village to convince them. Understandable, but you won't find much in the other tribes. They have barely enough to survive, even after they trade for our crops. But we have the only decent soil in this realm. At least the people of Gale Rocks have salt and barrels of fish, while Creek sells meat and wood. Actually, if you haven't been in Crease yet, the farthest village in the northeast, you could give them a chance. She nods with a smile. They could use your help with keeping their roads safe. White Marshes, on the other hand, as well as Old Pagos, are close to the worthless. For a trade route, that is. She clears her throat. God. After these words, she stands up, walks to another table, and offers her trencher to an elderly man who sits there by himself. With a trembling voice, he thanks her, then starts to chew on the soggy bread. She sits down, wipes her hand into a clean cloth, adjusts the folds of her cape, and once again crosses her legs. So, tell me, Krebstar, how's Hovlevan? I haven't gathered much news since the invasion. Sometimes better, sometimes worse. Not everyone has their own bed, but the new generation is ready to start their own fight. Yeah, sure. And I was afraid it was lost to hunger, her chuckle was trimmed with scorn. Good to know I was wrong. When the invasion started, some merchants were cheering in their houses, happy that they would sell out all the blades and food they had stored. Can you believe it? This panic will make us rich, she imitates the voice of a pompous man. That's why when the southerners reached the villages, they found almost nothing to eat, she sighs. Staying in a remote peninsula truly can be a blessing. She pauses, hesitant to go on, then shakes her head slightly. Well, we can't change the past. How can I help you, Krebstar? Oh, a variety of things. But I need to take a little break. I'm getting hungry. I need to get some food. So I'm going to take a little break. I'll be back shortly. Maybe like 20 minutes. Yep. So let me see here. Gonna go to this. I'm gonna mute my mic. I'll leave the game audio going because it's kind of nice. So be back in 15-20 minutes, something like that. See ya shortly. Hello, I'm back. Sorry if that took a bit. Let's get back to the game. Okay. You know, while I was out or away getting a bite, I was just thinking of like what this game reminds me of, what games this game reminds me of. And I know it's like not a great comparison, but the vibe of it, in a weird way, or like the thrust of it, maybe if that makes sense, it kind of reminds me of like Fallout 1, like the first Fallout. I don't know if anybody who's watching has played that, but the way we're kind of like on a sort of particular like quests from like our home folks, and like everything we go out to explore is kind of just unknown to us to some extent, and like people aren't really and just like the way that like you're kind of just traveling and exploring through like this map. Obviously it's not quite the same as like Fallout 1 where you can kind of just pick a direction and go. You kind of do need to actually find out places to go here in a little bit, it seems like, but there's just something about the exploring and just like coming across like settlements and like figuring out what's up with them and the level of like kind of like strife and like just kind of survival and stuff. It's obviously like fantasy versus like post-apocalyptic, you know, in a way, but like, I mean, I guess this could arguably be post-apocalyptic in some sort of fantasy setting, but you know, it's like future versus like some sort of past-esque fantasy setting. But I don't know, it's just giving me that vibe for some reason. Like, I haven't done like combat per se yet, really. I don't know what the combat's like in this game yet. I wonder if it's maybe more kind of like Disco Elysium, where it's like there's not really combat per se, but like or not really a combat system exactly, but more so it just kind of exists within kind of like the dialogue structure of the game or something like that. It might be like that, or there might be more like a actual sort of combat system to some degree, but obviously Fallout 1 has like proper combat, but I don't know, yeah, just something about it in a way is weirdly giving me Fallout 1 vibes. I don't know. I kind of like it though. And although I like the aesthetics and the palette and stuff, I kind of, as a game that's kind of about like exploring, I kind of am a little bit bummed about the kind of so far restrictive palette. Like, I get it as a choice, but you know, if I want to go to like different areas, I kind of would like it to be able to look different and color-wise, and this seeming choice kind of really narrows the variability there. But you know, I guess we'll see. Okay. Oh, she's talking about the city still being okay-ish and stuff like that. She wants to know if I got any other questions. I am looking for Asteron, so. She stares you in the eyes, then turns towards Dobie. Is your palfrey a mare? We have 2 jacks, could use some mules. It is, but I need it to stay. Well, I get to just choose? I guess they haven't said yet. It is, but I need it to stay strong and healthy. Right, there's no time for the romances of drought animals. It would take almost a year, correct? It was all just a thought. When her eyes returned to you, they regained her sharpness. I'd rather avoid long talks about that man. Let him remain as a part of the past spring. Since you're asking about him, I can only assume he was indeed sharing his goal with you. I won't deny that. You're already different from him. I like it when travelers don't try to sell me blue grass. Seeing your frown, she waves it off. It's just a saying. His words were stronger than his deeds, and he's no longer welcome here. What are his wrongdoings? If you have to know, he failed and won't get a second chance. He was meant to escort God. Aegidia, I don't know, a daughter of mine to her betrothed in Gal Rocks. She was a great archeress, and the road from here to the coast is not that dangerous. When they saw goblins on the road, Asterion ordered her to push through, right into their trap. She touches her deer-shaped buckle. They got jumped like a bunch of wealthy pilgrims. A Roadwarden worth their gruel should know better. He can fight with a blade, but my girl, she never had a chance. She sighs and looks at the gate. He disappeared soon after his pitiful attempt at apologizing to me, and we closed our doors behind him for good. I'll let you know if he ever tries to return. Did you ever find your daughter? For a few breaths, her green eyes seek something in your face. Her words are careful yet hesitant. She's with the Fogs now. The goblins were after food, so they carried her shell away. One day she's going to charge at our walls, awoken and empty. Even though she was a bit mawkish, her heart was strong and patient. She listened to people, was ready to help them and to cry with them. I could tell you stories, but what for? Let the dead rest. Any ideas where I can look for him? She adjusts her cape with an annoyed shrug. Try asking for him in the north. He spent most of his time between white marshes, Gale rocks, and creeks. Here, he wasn't that eager to share his plans. Why did you let him leave? He didn't do anything well. Forbidden by our laws. He was simply stupid and cannot be trusted. But this isn't Halflevan. We have no rich folk to dread. We treat each other fairly. Lost in her thoughts, she rubs the neckline of her dress. One good thing I can say about him is that he didn't try to justify his decisions or to avoid the consequences. But I'd rather have him prove first he can do what's asked of him. Thanks for the help. I wonder, back in Halflevan, have you spent any time on Backward Corner? It used to be this dark, dirty alley with muggers working even in daylight. I stayed there with Octavia the miller in exchange for doing chores for her. She had this small wooden hut. I kind of don't like that we can just choose. Is that weird? Is it weird that that kind of bothers me? I don't mind it so much like for us and like my horse and stuff like that, but like a big part of why and how I'm enjoying this game is like the back story of like the world, you know what I mean? The lore and stuff like that. Like I'm getting into peeling that back, and it's kind of weird that none of these are lies. Like we could just choose what, it doesn't say a lie. We can just choose what is the case for that thing. And I get that lots of games do that, but in this particular one anyway, and the fact that it's not really so much about us or our history per se, it kind of leaves me feeling like a little empty about it. Like I'm like, you know, it makes things feel less like real, you know, where we're just gonna say, oh, this is what's up with this place. Oh, this is what's up. Like we get to decide. That's it. I don't know. It kind of bothers me. I kind of don't like it. I kind of wish these were just options where you can kind of give different opinions on the same state of things, you know, which has happened actually before. It seemed like. Let's be negative, Nancy's. Oh dear, is that so? Maybe it was bound to happen. Kindness and hospitality don't bloom in days of hunger. I hope the good old lady of the Boarhead Inn didn't have to see that. She did her best to keep the children off the street. It must have been heartbreaking to see them turn against each other. What would it take to make you consider joining Halflevan? I can consider it right now. While she laughs, her eyes remain keen. But if you want me to give you some answers, let's see. She looks up and to the right, theatrically raising her hand to her chin. Some gestures of goodwill would be a great start. Since you're the guild's messenger, I need to know you can be relied on. She gives you a wide, white grin. And that's only the first step, I assume? Of course. Are you even in power to handle tax negotiations? She scoffs loudly at your head shake. Do enough for my village and I'll hand you a beautiful signed letter. A list of all the things my neighbors are looking for, as well as what they can give in return. Your superiors are going to see more than enough to prepare their offer. She rubs her hands. I think that's fair. Do enough for my village is a bit vague. She nods towards the people gathered by the tables. How I'm not the ruler of this place. My friends trust me because I see things as they are and I'm willing to act. Prove that you're helpful, and they'll be happy to match your efforts. I want you to succeed, she puts her hand on her chest, but we don't give strangers more than we can get from them. If you want me to argue in your favor, show us your worth. Looks like we're in agreement. Perfect. One more thing, though. She puts her elbows on the table, leaning closer to you. If you go behind my back, I'm not going to wait for a dagger. I'll end you first. She rests her chin against her open palms, giving you a disarmingly warm smile. I'm sure people already know that we have a new Roadwarden. Maybe ask around if someone needs any help. The more my neighbors trust you and need you, the more willing they'll be to offer you better pay. Well, let's start here. What can I do for you? I guess one reason it feels like Fallout a lot is because I go to a new area and I feel like there's so much shit to do. Like, I have so many quests I can accept. I have so many people I can talk to. It's kind of overwhelming, you know? Well, let's start here. What can I do for you? So kind of you to ask. But before I ask you to run, let's see how you can walk, shall we? Her eyes wander left and right, and she gestures for a nearby guard to move away. He nods, then gestures at a few other souls to follow him. While a few of the locals cast curious looks at you, they turn away as quickly as you notice them. The mayor's shiny green eyes are still locked on you, and her voice is close to a whisper. Since Asterian's disappearance, there's little trade on the roads, and not much news reaches us. Be so kind, her flirtatious tone distracts you with how obviously fake it is, and help me learn some interesting tales about our neighbors. I smile back at her. You mean the ones that weren't meant to reach you? Or I'm not a spy. Yeah, I'm not a spy. She sighs exaggeratedly and straightens up. If you need to sleep on it, that's fine. Have you heard of the necromancers in the north? She taps her fingers on the table. Yes, I have. After you ask her to tell you more, she seems to regain her confidence. You mean White Marshes, for sure. I don't know all that much about what's happening there. We avoid their lands if we can, she frowns. I shouldn't gossip about it with strangers. We can talk about it on another occasion. You seem to be fairly well off, even more so than the other people in the village. What's your secret? She reaches for her buckle and her voice grows cold. There's no secret, traveler. There's hard work, risks, and sacrifices, and the support of those that care about me. The good things that happen to me shine on my people just as much. Think about it before you mention it again. She adjusts her cape. Yeah, I thought that might bother her. Ah, well. Tell me about Howler's Dell. It is what it seems like, the greatest village in the north. She raises her hand and makes an inviting gesture. Though I hope to still improve this and that, she winks at you, but is suddenly interrupted by the pained cry of a little boy who hurt his knee during a fall. As an amused elder tries to calm him down, the mayor shrugs it off and titters, then meets your eyes again. Life's good here. We have what we need and a lot of what we want. Building on top of more than 12 generations of hard work and bravery, she spends a good few minutes telling you about mufflums, wheat, rye, hemp, cheese, and wool, proud of every glimpse of prosperity. Whenever she mentions an artisan, I can't talk. Whenever she mentions an artisan, shepherd, or a farmer, she doesn't miss a chance to mention how significantly she improved their conditions. She also omits some topics. You hear of no tales, songs, ancestors, rituals, or days of prayer. It's like listening to a tax collector. Only at the very end of her speech does she mention the wisdom of the elders, now kept in the teachings of the druids, who help her guide those who trust her. They heal our wounds in our gardens, she explains, but then changes the topic to all the fruit trees, hares, and nuts growing in the woods. When she's done with it, I nod politely. Tell me, how do people dress in the city these days? Is it similar to what we have here? Before the war, the merchants were wearing those really long dresses and robes, way too long for my taste. They got mud stains after every rain. I see no reason to keep shoes completely hidden. Sure. I don't know, whatever. Now that's just sad. When I was there, only the monks wore them, for some reason. I've no doubt that the vengeful beasts have thrown the roads into a nightmare. The city folk would be smarter putting on rags. Even though she sighs, there's a cruel satisfaction in her smile. I don't know I feel like what I said was a lie, because I remember before the game was like, She wouldn't look out of place in the city, and these people, blah, 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 blah. Like, so that's kind of a weird one that they gave us a choice for, because I think it kind of said otherwise, but whatever. Her tense gaze shifts into an awkward click of her tongue as she leans away from you. I don't even want to think about their tragic fate. No one can negotiate with the wrath of the herds. A long pause. And I better not find you upsetting my neighbors with these sad questions. It was a challenging time for all of us, a wound we won't forget. I was in Pelt of the North. The innkeeper feels uneasy about Glaucio's band. When you mention the raids on the northern villages, her eyes narrow. Are you sure? It's the first time I hear about it. Glaucio has been around since years back, but she's not much of a nuisance. I'm just a messenger. He asks you to join forces with him. Well, I can't give you my answer. I won't ask our hunters to endanger their lives in the pursuit of some gossip. I could ask around, learn more about this. She sighs with exaggerated relief. What a splendid idea. There are only 3 villages in the north. White Marshes further north by the western road, Gal Rocks by the northern coast, and creeks in the far east. Bring me news from those places and you will get my answer. I'm paid for passing the message from here to Pelt of the North. Asking me to ride for you through half of the peninsula and back is a different deal entirely. She lets out a brief chuckle, but her eyes observe you carefully. And how much are you being paid, if I can ask? I'll tell her. Sure. We talk and talk, but I still don't know where you are from, Krebstar. What's your story? Have you lived in Hovlevan your entire life? The past is already buried. Let's not dig into it. After a few heartbeats, she breaks the awkwardness with a smile. And what else bothers you in the present? I saw a weird tree south from here, the one with the altar standing in front of it. She straightens up and raises her chin. You mean Beholder, the guardian spirit of our wetlands. Every fall we bring it our gifts, and in return it provides us with blessed fruit, the flesh of the forest. She stares into your eyes. It's older than the oldest books and the oldest thoughts. Druids help us honor its sleep and show us how to ask for its help. Neither of these rituals, she scoffs, would be of use for you. Okay, lady. Do you need my assistance? First, I need to be sure you can handle yourself. Bring me some juicy rumors, won't you? And maybe talk with my neighbors. We could use a few coins or someone with a steady hand. Thanks for your time. Let's go to the trader. The man behind the counter is inspecting a sack of white flour, mumbling to himself and occasionally cursing. The other locals walk away, giving you space to talk trade in peace. Weevils. He points at a little dark blue insect that's trying to flee. Shit me fired. 'Twas ground a few days ago. Made pies for us tomorrow, looks like. He puts the sack on the ground. I'll take care of it later. A Roadwarden, aye? Ever the mayor cared enough to see you, and kids are lining up to look at your horse. Strangers are like ghosts to them now. He's wearing a simple brown robe with no hood, a rope instead of a belt, and modest trim made of green thread. It barely reaches below his knees, revealing his sandals and crude pants made of linen. At the same time, it's way too large for him, and hangs from him like a bag. He looks like a poor vendor from Hovlevan. He stands sideways to you with legs crossed, leaning on the counter with one hand and keeping the other one on his hip. He's around 40, short and a bit greasy, with a humble beard and hair. His fingers are unusually long. Looking for a trader. You'll not find much of a marketplace here, but you're at the right spot. Everyone brings here what they have in abundance, and I either sell it to travelers or divide it among the workers, builders, and artisans. These things here are named mine. He runs his eyes over the crates and barrels, and I would not call myself a trader. I'm just Akakios, but I can show you our wares if you want. He smiles gently and looks toward your pouch. Our shelves are getting covered in dust. You could use some dragon rings or treasures. My neighbors will look at you with a kind eye if you bring them new. How do you say? Commercy? Commerce? He nods. Right, something like that. I don't need furniture or barrels of food. Do you have anything you've used for a traveler? It's hard to say, aye. What do travelers need? He clears his throat and turns away to look at his store. While some of the crates and barrels are empty, they carry an assortment of odds and ends. Tools made of wood and stone, pots, mugs, seeds, vegetables, fabric. It takes him a few minutes to look through the wares. He puts 3 packages on the countertop as he unwraps the first one, you recognize what it is by the shape alone. Tell me this is nae beauty. He chuckles and lets you hold the shiny battle axe. The haft is long, but the head is light. I know what you're thinking. Your eyes say everything. He praises the weapon loudly, but you barely listen to him. You see your reflection in the unused blade, as sharp as they get. You're not a smith, but you see not a spot of rust. When you take a swing, it takes hardly any effort. The leather straps holding the pieces together are just a decoration, and the handle is as smooth as glass and perfectly fits into your hand. The man chuckles. You like it, aye? Now I doubt you can afford it, but do not worry. That's not all I have. His long fingers tap against the parchment windows of a lantern. Its frame is cheap, made of oak. 'Tis glued and 'tis quiet, he says, while shaking it in the air. It ain't as fancy as the iron ones with oil, but you can carry it in caves without luring all the corpse eaters and goblins. Perfect for a traveler. Just take a look. Inside the lantern you find a place for a candle. Not a great match for people living in wooden houses. Hide and glue are nae easy to make, but I will nae ask for more than 4 rings. The last sack is as wide as a saddle and 3 hands tall. It contains a whole bunch of undyed linen sheets. We usually keep them from traders, but we could use a few dragon rings, and who knows if there's ever going to be a next caravan. He gives you a long look. Interested? Depends on what you want for it. We'd be able to buy something with this. I want a lantern, but I don't have any money. I have just barely enough money for it. It seems like a bad thing to get, but man, a light source, it seems very valuable. I bring goods to sell. He gestures for you to gather your things. This junk does nae interest me. We're looking for what we can make by ourselves, like iron or enchanted items. Next time, maybe? I pack my things. What can you tell me about Asterion? That Deva, though he was here more than once, he did nae leave much behind. Smelly hoarder. He looks around, then spits on the ground. At least he bought a blade from me. Do you remember what blade it was? Sure, it was a special one. A sickle sword, with a tip wider than 'twas at the grip. Long as from fingertips to shoulder. Nae a sword, nae a knife. Single-edged. Brought his own steel to melt for it. What's it good for? Fencing? More for cutting bushes, creepers, roots. And when they fell a tree, but 'tis a fine tool. He nods to a passerby, but his smile disappears as quickly as it has shown up. Pathfinders use it. My pa used to have one as well. He chopped nuts with it. Nuts and mouflons. So he took it to the wilderness. He shrugs. Pretty much anywhere. There are hills from here to the coast, and bogs in the north, and the heart of the woods. Can I help you with it? You need any help? I could use a job. You know what? There's something urgent. I need a medicament for my daughter. Not that she's hurt or anything. He raises his open palms as if to show that he's not holding a knife. She's a teen, wants to start hunting in the woods. I can nae teach her much, but I'd sleep better with her having a healing potion. You have, he hesitates, almost 8 days. Bring me the potion before the last dusk and I'll pay you 5 dragon rings. A strong elixir would be worth more than 5 coins. Well now, 'tis all I can pay. He spreads his arms. I do nae sculpt, you stupid. The dragons I get here belong to the village. 5 is fair pay, and I'll mention to all the neighbors how helpful you are. He takes a deep breath and adjusts his robe, still sweating. Where can I find such a potion? I can think of 2 places. The safer bet is behind Old Pagos, on the mountain of the crazy monks. Crazy and boring. More boring than a mouflon, but they often brew with pneuma. You can also head south, east of the crossroads behind Pelt of the North. I've nae been there myself, but you'll find a dolmen there, as old as a city. And this, he reaches for his clinking pouch and pulls out a massive iron key, is meant to open some secret passage there. Oops. She didn't want to take the stall after you? How do you know about that secret? From a merchant. She's from the south of Hag Hills. I was meant to pass the key to her friend, but he never showed up. And you've been keeping this key at your side ever since? I kept it with my trinkets and coins, that's all. We were planning to go there for years, but 'tis one of those things that you talk about, and they do it. His brief laughter turns into a cough. Fine, I'll look for it. Good, he smiles. Anything else? Is he giving me the key? I want the key. Do I have the key? Yep, I got it. Key to a secret passage in the dome. Okay. I want to buy the lantern, but I shouldn't. I need to have some amount of money, probably. God dang it. Innkeeper. Even though the counter stands outdoors, it's not rotten or dirty. And you guessed that, like the other furniture, it's brought inside every night. Eric's approaches you with a smile and leans on its surface with his fists. He's portly and even taller than his neighbors. He's got freckles, short gray hair, and an elegant beard. His long woolen orange tunic has a decorative cut right under the neck, and loose braids at the edges. How can I help you, traveler? His accent is heavy, nothing like his wife's. He stomps with a heavy boot and looks around as if he's just waiting to get back to his other tasks. His fingers are still dirty from weeding the garden. Do you have any food rations? I keep them in the hall. Smoked mutton, a sack of dried fruits, nuts, biscuits. We eat fresh here and pay with work. Coins are nay worth much. When he thinks, his lips move as well. Let's say 1 ring for enough food to fill you for 2 days. In Hoven, that kind of price would buy you 3, even 4 times as much food. If you're in a mood for spending, I also have something special. Just give me a minute. He goes upstairs and returns with a small wooden box and a hand-long leather sheath. 'Tis a teeth set. You're afraid of what he's going to show you, but when he opens the box, you realize he meant teeth cleaning. See? He points at 3 different compartments: salt, cloves, and mint. You mix whatever you want here. The 4th holds only a small pestle made of polished stone. And here are the twigs you need. They'll last for months. Seeing you're not convinced, he takes a deep breath. Well, we do let outsiders bathe in our creek, but give me 2 dragons and I'll ask my kids to get you in shape. You'll get a tub with soap and rose oil, and they'll wash your clothes in water. I'll cook you something nice, as much as you can eat. Show me those rations first. You don't eat it. Nah. Any rumors? Rumors? Nay, really. I have my own things to worry about. Neighbors keep their own company. Better for everyone to seek help from a wife of the forest speakers, nay, and a mug of ale. So no rumors, but maybe you've heard about someone who may need my help? You say it as if we expect travelers to get here any day now. I'll ask around. Come tomorrow. Have you had any interesting guests recently? I do not know. He scratches his beard. There was one vagabond, but he was nae here for long, and he did nae do much. A timid fellow, talks loudly, but is afraid of everything, especially the guards. His face is touched by flames. Has a big ballista. He says this word with a strange accent, smirking. And a large bird as his beast of burden. I do not know what to say. He shrugs. He went south, and is most likely gone. Thanks. Leaving the square for now. Wandering through the village, a group of laughing villagers is chasing after a runaway hog. A young man is hanging laundry, humming a melody you've never heard before. Let's go to the tailor. See what's up. You follow the guard's directions and reach the whitewashed building standing on the western bank, next to a small garden of flowers and herbs. It's well kept and clean, with a plain beaten front yard, in parts covered with sand. Through the open windows, you catch a glance of the furniture made of smooth, almost shiny woods, with hints of dark cherry-like red, decorated with carvings of plants. A woman in her 40s is sitting on a wooden bench. The table is covered with fabrics, threads, and needles made of bone and iron. She's sewing a long sleeve to what's going to become a blue tunic. Her movements are quick and confident. Her brown, wavy, shoulder-length hair is tied into a wreath-like braid, but other than that, her clothes are simple and inconspicuous. She doesn't have a left leg, but you don't notice any cane. You observe her for a few moments until, without sparing you so much as a glance, she encourages you to speak with a grunt. Looking for a tailor. You found one. Her voice is low and she doesn't stop her work. Name is Bion. Could you answer a couple of questions? The boredom in her voice is palpable. I'm nae a bard. I don't think it actually does need work, but I take from 2 to 5 dragon rings for fixing jackets, but you will nae get anything more from this one. To get it truly strong for longer, I'd need it to be made of better materials, like spider silk. Tell me more about this spider silk. 'Tis a silk made by spiders. I meet her eyes. She's the first one to break the silence. The large ones. They use it to spin webs. It's stronger than thread, but my neighbors do not walk to the woods anymore. It's getting harder and harder to get any silk. Let me think about it. Interested in a new set of clothes. She stops her work and looks at you briefly. I can tell. You don't hear even a hint of mockery. But that's a lot of work, and I do not take my work lightly. If I were to give you anything, people would see it, and I'll let you show them some rags. And by that you mean your prices are high. You reach for a pouch and she answers with a nod. It'll take me a day or so to finish in a fine fabric. Your city clothes are, she frowns, just fine for the wilderness, I guess. What I'll give you is for the time with lamb meat and mead, nay pathfinding. The longer the outfit you want, the higher the price. Though I'll consider the things people say about you as well. Fine, let's discuss it. Interesting. Obviously, we don't remotely have enough money for this stuff, but yeah. Okay. Good luck. Local priests, I guess. You head south of the dead tree and the main square. Before you get to the second thatched building, a large man stands up from a bench and gets into your way. He's close to 50, taller than most people you've seen in your life, broad-shouldered. His hair and short beard are brown, matching his elegant woolen robe. A thick club is attached to his right wrist with a leather strap. He left his sandals by a sitting spot. Many want to speak with our guides and teachers. He speaks with a solemn, strong voice. But you're not welcome here. Turn back, stranger. I'm your new Roadwarden. Are you sure that no soul here needs my assistance? His harsh look softens. We can handle ourselves. If that changes, Elpis will summon you. Can I know why? You can. He swings his polished heavy weapon. You're from the outside, and can be trusted. The boors and slaves of the United Church would crush us if they had a chance. Before we allow you to spy on us, we need to be sure 'tis worth it. I'm not a spy. I do not believe you. I don't want any trouble. He shrugs. Travelers bring their problems onto others. Their will means nothing. So be it. I turn back. I guess I offer my services to the guards, I suppose. You'll be a messenger between a few groups of hunters that will hide in various parts of the wetlands close to the southern road. This task will take you about half a day and may get dangerous. I'll lose some amount of vitality and some amount of whatever that is. I can't remember. It's appearance. And I'll get 2 gold or whatever coins. That doesn't seem worth it to me. I guess I'll travel. I gotta look at my journal again. Hold on a second. Oh my god, so many quests now. Character sheet. Let's go north, I suppose. The road is beaten and free of litter. You notice paths between the fruit-bearing trees on your right, and soon after that you ride alongside vast fields of broad beans, almost ready for the second harvest of the summer. Then there are the green hemp plants, taller than you are, waiting for a scythe or sickle. The locals keep the beasts at a distance, I guess. The hooves thump loudly on the beaten track. The green bushes, shrubs, and trees prove that the soil here is fertile, yet the plants don't overgrow the road. These crossroads must be busy at times, maybe even patrolled. In the distant west, you see the mountain peaks dividing the lowlands from the ocean. The road east leads toward the hills, behind which there are unusually tall, dark trees. There's a dense forest in the north, from which you hear the croaking of toads. The last path is already known to you. You're surrounded by 4 signposts, all of which seem to be made from the same type of wood, now covered in moss and fungi. Yet the pictures and letters that cover the nailed boards are nothing alike. I mean, the dense forest could be where he used that scythe. I don't want to just keep going to villages. Check the north one. It's attached with nails made of pointy carved bones and divided into 3 sections covered with small engravings. The part on the left has 3 large squares with roof-like lines hanging above them. No other pictures or words. The one in the middle has only 1 square, but also a simple horizontal symbol of a fish and a short word beneath it, which you don't recognize. The image on the right has 2 roofed squares, but also 2 other images which you recognize easily, a deer and a standing barrel. I search the area, I guess. The thicket doesn't help. You notice the remains of berries and pears, but most of them are already rotting, spread close to the wooden stools at the side of the road. The nearby creek is not impressively deep, but the beaver dam, for some reason taller than you are, makes it wide and waters the surrounding soil. A few steps from the southern signpost, you find something sticking out of a shrub. It's a moist plank covered by fungi. You try to move it with a stick and a gloved hand. After a minute or so, you confirm it's an abandoned sign, covered with green letters and colorful pictures of flowers and trees. Try to find out where did the old sign used to be attached. I could just take a look at. Yep. Southern post is the only one with holes left by nails. Covered with green, blue, and white paint that portrays simple squares with roof-like lines hanging above them. Each square has a large letter inside it, though you don't recognize them. Nevertheless, the pictures are not too old. There are no other words or marks. The plank was attached with a set of wooden wedges. There's 2 planks attached to a single post, both of them nailed with rusty steel. The lower sign is divided in 2 halves. The left edge was engraved with 4 simple shapes, squares with roof-like lines hanging above them. The other edge bears 2 engraved piles, one of them made out of horizontal rectangles, the other of inexact circles. You don't recognize the letters between those 2 piles. The upper plank is covered with 2 short words drawn in white paint, and right below them an engraved vertical rectangle with an hourglass inside it. My goodness. The long plank attached with rusted iron nails is almost empty. It bears no words, only a single picture painted with great care. It portrays a city-like gate with a watchtower to its left and right, and a couple of small conifers growing beside and partially behind the towers. We're going north. Some parts of the road lead uphill, some downhill. The forests are lush, but not too dark. The few foraging deers and boars keep their distance. And the birds are disinterested in your presence, singing cheerfully and preening their feathers. Sounds of an ongoing hunt reach you from the east, but none of the nearby creatures seem bothered. Once you get farther north, the colorful meadow reveals tall hills on the other side of the stream, but the road leads through a valley. There's a gentle smoke coming from one of the mountains in the west. Doesn't look like a place on fire. Maybe there's a settlement in the mountains. The road leads to a gentle creek filled with the buzzing of flies, mosquitoes, and gnats. You don't spot any critters among the tall meadows, tree branches, or rocky slopes. Seeing the shapeless dark vortex of wings, Dobie snorts. You're currently on the southern bank. Look for a different route. Path is barely squeezed between the hills with no signs of settlements or game trails, and the grass is too tall and dense to allow you to safely ride through the wilderness. You won't reach the other bank without entering the swarm. I ride forward with a blazing torch. You move away from the creek, get on your feet, and unpack the tinderbox, the wooden stave, and the set of rags, as well as the oil. After you assemble a torch, you sit down on the ground, preparing the flint and the linen char cloth. Decades ago, before the southern invasion, people used fire strikers made of thick steel, but all you have is a cube-like piece of harsh pyrite. It's not ideal, but good enough for a couple of sparks. Holding the fire, you get back in the saddle. You swing your weapon left and right. There isn't as much smoke as you expected. Let's put it to the test. Once you get closer to the ford, countless creatures beset you, filling your eyes, mouth, and nose, hitting you like a squishy, buzzing hail. You ride forward blindly, instantly forgetting about your preparations, trying to get out of here as fast as you can, but the insects are sticking with you for much longer than the smoke. It takes a few minutes for you to escape. The red marks on your skin start to burn. You get down to put out the torch by rubbing it against the beaten track. Dobie swishes its tail angrily as it gives you a reproachful look, pinning its ears back to its head. Unless you find an easier way to protect yourself, the insects will keep slowing you down. Well, that didn't help much. I can't even, select it. For most of the time, you're surrounded by yellow meadows. The trees on your left get sparser, while the few lonely birches on your right still bear the signs of tapping, marked with knife cuts, tied with cords. Some of them still carry wooden vessels as if they were simply abandoned, maybe last spring, maybe before that. A few of the trees are already dried out, and the winds manage to knock them down. As you get closer to the crossroads, the ground gets muddy. The beaten path avoids the wetlands as much as it can. The screeches and hisses mix with the buzzing of insects, and as you reach a small pond, there are signs of blood on its bank. The air is moist and heavy, and has a hint of rotting meat to it. It may be still early, but it's better to avoid the bogs when nighttime approaches. Such places rarely have fine roads. Bogs are darker than forests. The local creatures start their hunt even an hour earlier. Okay. The trees and bushes are sparse here, growing from the barren grassland. Some of them bear late summer fruits. A group of wayfarers is spread around the broken signpost and the abandoned cart. They're skinny, but healthy, and are standing upright. They're wearing humble, dim gambesons on top of their hemp tunics and pants. All of them worn, in some cases undyed, and others dark green or brown. 4 of these individuals wear cloaks, carry lit lanterns, and are armed with spears, bows, and stone maces. On their necks, wrists, and belts, you spot small talismans, fangs, bones, wooden beads, leather straps. There's also the 5th figure, standing a bit in the back, with lowered shoulders. Unlike the others, they're hooded, and in such a manner that you doubt they can see anything other than his boots. Their clothes are shabby, torn, but your eyes mostly run to their club, a bow as long as its owner is tall and as thick as a leg, resting with one end on the ground. You get closer, and the person raises the weapon with just one arm, but another traveler gestures for them to stop, and they do so right away, freezing in place. I stay in the saddle just in case. The man behind the gesture doesn't approach you, just nods. Safe travels, stranger. It may be still time before the evenfall, but bogs aren't safe. Better keep moving. You'll find an inn. You'll find an inn. Jesus. You try to digest his thick accent. He's broad-shouldered and with a large belly, but the scars on his face sculpt an image of someone who earned their share of food with many skirmishes. He doesn't reach for his weapon and pushes one of his companions closer to the cart. She kneels by an empty box and looks inside it. The man observes you with a little curiosity, holding his lantern high in the air. Distanced. Nah, will be helpful. Any help? He makes an annoyed grimace. Not really. Just timber's sickening, moldy and wet. We're checking on the place, but seemed so bad a year for it. He looks at his companions, who simply shrug and spread to take a look at the cart. All of them but the one with the bow, who doesn't move an inch. I cannot say I have time to loaf. You've questions, ask, but be quick. Don't put us to sleep. You from around here? Very much so. And you new to these roads? You know our home? Maybe. I think the name of their village is... Oh, God. Places. Creeks? Yeah, maybe white marshes. Nice. He straightens up. True, it's there. He looks at the crossroad leading east. I thought it's already forgotten, but you have a clean ear. I hate this fly noise. I'm wearing headphones and it's like... It sounds like 3D audio. It's really busted around my head. How can I reach White Marshes? It's not so hard, if you have bones or food with you. Ride down the road, turn left, and take a gift to Thyrsus, the warden of our peat fields. He'll open the creepers for you. Seeing your look, he carries on. They're on the right path, one that'll take you to the village. Anything dangerous between here and there? Water hides saurians, don't let your horse drink. Just stay on the road all the time. One of the women chips in. And don't follow voices or lights. Weird beasts lure humans into death. And don't touch the creepers. I look at the person with the hood. What's up with this one? He smiles, but you notice that the others keenly observe you. Nothing is up. They're keeping us safe. I don't know. That's an impressive club. One of the men, now turning around a moldy plank with his boot, giggles. That's one way to put it. Their pneuma is strong. Okay, then. Is this your cart? In a way, my neighbors. You then hear one of the women proudly claiming that it belongs to her uncle, but the man doesn't allow you to dig into this topic. We used to carry wood and plants from here to the village, but one time there was not a thing to carry, and 'twas left for another day. It's trash now. Are you going to leave it here as it is? He raises his eyebrow and scoffs. Of course. For termites and mushrooms, then we'll eat them when we get hungry. Nothing goes to waste. He then stretches out and gets closer to the signpost, using his spear as a walking stick. Well, stay safe, stranger. He raises his voice and addresses his companions. Wasted too much time on Sroth. Time to get back. The others prepare their own weapons and join their guide. The one with the bow stays silent until a gentle gesture commands them to follow. They keep up with the rest of the group, dragging the club behind with remarkable strength. For a few more days, there may be fruits and other plants to pick here. We prepare for the journey. Okay. How did you say to get to that place? I don't know if it's like, I guess he said the right path, right? And I guess from this perspective that would be here. So I'm going to hope that's correct. You're not used to the scents of the bogs, but you weren't expecting them to be so gentle. The humid air makes you think of smoked meat, and even though you ride by a few rotting carcasses and animal droppings, just as often you cross tiny meadows of pink, yellow, and red flowers. The noises tell stories of never-ending wars between the swarms of insects, frogs in their hideouts, snakes lurking among the purple grasses, birds patrolling both the water and the sky, and the saurians preparing to strike from beneath the surface. can't separate the sounds of the living and those who are dying, if they even are different. You reach a boulder in the middle of the road on the edge of a large pond. The road splits from here in two directions, but the only smoke you see is to the southeast. From the saddle, I see no creature standing in my way. I mean, I guess... Well, now I don't know. Southeast, so I guess here? A little bit more southeast. The road takes you to the edge of the woods. A few trees have found lucky scraps of soil towering above the water, while others, shorter and not as lush, have roots sunk in the pond. Some of the plants were felled with tools, so the root itself isn't so dark, while a few sunbeams getting through the weaker branches on your left are surrounded by darkness and swarms of insects. Help me, help! A sudden cry, as well as screams of pain, reaches you from between the trees, a woman or a child. Oh, I dismount and grab my axe. You lean toward the pond. It's cleaner than in the other parts of the bog, allowing you to see the bottom. Parts of it are still more than knee-deep, and the sulfuric odor makes you step away with a frown. The brownish color can't hide all the bones and plant remains that are sticking out of the bed. Oh, God, I don't know. Sure. You undo your boots and buckles and hang your pants on the saddle. As your naked skin touches the water, you expect it to be more like a slime, but nothing of the sort happens. Only your eyes and nose notice the difference between this place and a regular pond. The cold water makes you shiver. The voice doesn't stop. You gather your bravery and move forward, disturbing the sediment so much that it forms a cloud of mud after every step. You run into the trees. Oh, that lady warned me. I look around. 3 crowns. Observe the 3 crowns. I don't know what crowns we're talking about, though. Move deeper in. You don't spot anything peculiar among the branches until your eyes land on an unusual gray bird, which seems to open its beak just at the same time as you hear a painful shout. A dark shape is descending toward you from the very same tree. I strike it. The axe you brought north almost doesn't land, but your quick reaction overcomes the blade's shortcomings. It hits the beast, cutting the skin on its shoulder slightly, but also pushing it with a powerful blow. You step away, avoiding the pounce. The dark creature plunges into the water. I turn around to take a look at it. The cat's legs are bent, ready to jump, wide and muscular. Its eyes, staring at you without a blink, are round and yellow, with pitch black irises in the center. It's waist high with its chin hanging just above the water, and a jaw that could bite off your limb in a heartbeat. It has short hair and whiskers, and a nose as big as your hand. Even without the dirt, it's almost black, with glimpses of yellow that form a rose-like pattern in its sides and dots on its head. You can't see the creature's paws through the now clouded water. The cat lets out a growl, like a saw cutting a log. The slight wound in its shoulder doesn't seem to bother it. That's too bad. I take a defensive stance. Damn. When you hear the flapping of wings, it's already too late. Bird talons sink into your shoulder, and once you get distracted, the cat darts forward, reaching for your thighs. You evade its first strike, but it then pushes your stomach with its huge paw, cutting through the armor. Before you can reach it with your blade, it's already out of your range. Your fine gambeson keeps you in one piece. The gray bird also flies away, now circling around you gracefully, avoiding the tree trunks and branches. It has a red tail and a short, curved, vulture-like beak. It growls just like the cat did a moment ago, and you notice that the human screams have disappeared. So it's 2 against 1. cat looks into your eyes, then roars. As it moves forward, you hardly see any blood on its shell. Its companion circles around you, looking for an opportunity to attack from above. Keep the beast at a distance, playing for time. Yeah, I guess. The bird distracts you by pecking at your hair, jacket, and hands. You keep your distance, then duck as the beast jumps at you. So far, your reflex is beyond reproach. After a few breaths, the cat prepares itself for another pounce. Let's hope it's not too patient. The cat looks into your eyes and roars. As it moves forward, you hardly see any blood on its shell. What the hell good did that do me? The bird distracts you by pecking at your hair, jacket, and hands. You do your best to evade the cat's attack, then to strike it as it charges at you. But your attempt fails miserably. It manages to reach your stomach with its claws, slashing through your jacket. Your gambeson keeps you in one piece. Struggling, I push it away with my axe, then prepare for the next clash. Okay, I'll try attacking the bird. That's not going to work out, though. You wait for the bird to dive at you, then take a swing, using your time to get further away from the cat. The blade sends the halves of the raven-sized creature into the water to the enjoyment of the local scavengers. A few gray and red feathers are drifting next to you. I raise the axe and look at the cat. The cat observes you with new respect, surprised that you're still standing. It looks at its dead companion and, without a second thought, leaps away, then partially swims, crossing the pond with a speed matching your Pelfrey's gallop. You consider following it, but after it reaches a tree crown with just 2 jumps, then gets to another one with a single breath, you wipe your forehead and turn away. Gasping, wet, and frustrated, you hobble back to the beaten path. Dobie seems worried, and you try to ease its soul with a few encouraging words, hoping it will leave you alone for a minute. You wash your skin, then put on your dry clothes. At least your boots won't give you a cold. Well, I did my best. Whoa, these noises. Sound design in this game is pretty good. You ride along shallow waters on one side and flooded trees on the other. You reach what seems like the end of the road. The turn south is already overgrown, most likely abandoned after it was devoured by the bog. But as you look north, you see a wide clearing that, with time, has become a meadow, and a lonely hut at the end of an often-traveled path. At first, you ride down slightly, following the twisted trail. There's plenty of puddles around, as well as brown, gray, and purple grasses, but all of them are too short for any lurking predators, and the few foxes you see far away don't pay you any attention. You pass by the fresh tracks of heavy-hooved beasts, but spot no wild game in sight. Your ears can't free themselves from the birds, rodents, and dragonflies. You need to ride carefully. If Dobie's legs sink into the mud, it may get broken. The further north you ride, the shorter the grass gets. These vast peat fields, broader than 2 or 3 villages placed side by side, are many years old. The turf bricks surrounding the solitary hut are still fresh, drying in the late summer light. The scent of this area is like that of no bog you've ever encountered. Instead of a sublime aroma of healthy soil, it's intense, sulfury, leaving an almost sour taste on your tongue. The short scarp is dripping with water, like a running sore of the earth, carved with spade and muscle. The house, made of birchwood, dried turf, and a blanket of soil, is a structure you're not too familiar with, but you imagine its interiors are much smaller than they appear to be. The walls are a few feet thick to keep in the warmth, and such roofs tend to get soggy until they collapse after a decade or so. The only soul in sight is sitting on the bench, stuffing his mouth with fistfuls of green leaves that he takes out of a small basket placed on his knees. I introduce myself, and for now, stay in the saddle. Still chewing, he mutters something in response, then shakes his hairy head, swallows, and puts the basket away. He stands up and takes a single step forward, approaching the edge of the scarp. His arms are entangled by green creepers, longer than he is tall. They rub against the ground after each step, and judging by the way they occasionally twitch, they're very much alive, even though you can't see where they originate from. Krebstar. The Roadwarden, he repeats, this time clearly. He moves his sealed lips left and right as if he's tasting your name, still not sure if he should swallow it or spit it out. Your face is familiar, but not this. He points at your mount, staring at it for a good minute. His voice is quiet and young, not older than 30. If you were standing next to each other, he would be almost a head shorter than you, but for now, he towers over you. He has sunken cheeks and sloped shoulders, and while his gray woolen robe was never pretty, it's now close to being a rag, and his sandals reveal long toenails. His eyes are as brown and dark as the grasses of this very bog. His left earring is made of a tusk and a feather, while the right one is an hourglass made of silver, though a broken wing makes it at all times tilted under its own weight. The leather strips on his wrists and ankles hold beads, pieces of amber, old game dice, tiny skulls of birds and critters. Even more cords are hanging from his neck, some of them so long they reach his stomach. They carry countless amulets, some of them torn, dried, shabby, or fragmented, and you spot among them small boxes made of wood and bone, as well as leather pouches which hide even more secrets. Were you here before? Mayhap I dreamt you in my sleep. His voice and look are absent. If so, I'm Thersis, the Turf Warden. Okay. I feel like we heard about Thersis at some point. Someone mentioned Thersis at some point. I can't remember who. Just looking for the name Thersis right now. Oh my god, there's so much information here. I understand now that I guess dragon bones are just 1-to-1 with coins. I'm curious about this bit. Soul, Shell, and Numa. The people of the land see a correlation between magic and breath. They describe all living creatures as empty shells filled with Numa, the life force sustained by breathing. They believe that creatures who use magic do so because of their souls, a unique identity held in their shells, which turns Numa into something greater. That's why almost the entirety of magic is used through speech and breathing. Thus, all living creatures use Numa, but only a few are the soul carriers, humans and spirits, such as the deities living in the forests, demons, or ghosts. All of these ideas are in some way lacking when they are confronted with reality. Some believe that dragons, goblins, beast folk, or howlers do possess a soul, while others distinguish between souls of a higher and lower rank. It's not clear why some humans can cast spells by gestures alone, or why animals don't rise as the undead, or why a small number of humans can't use magic at all, while the others have unusual talents. The various views and interpretations are not just a part of advanced theological debate, but also shape stories and laws. Rites churches don't consider magic to be different from any other human activity, while minor religions believe that it's either an essential part of nature or a divine domain. Atheism. There are plenty of people who don't follow any type of religious beliefs. In some places, atheists are a majority, while in others, they are treated as pagans and protect themselves by participating in religious rituals despite their lack of conviction. True. I swear someone was asking me about this guy, or someone mentioned this guy. Keep looking at the creepers dangling from the sides. I hope I'm not bothering you, Warden. I need some guidance through these bogs. You do. There isn't a thing behind me, nor east of here. All you can do is turn back. He looks at you in silence, then yawns loudly. His teeth are yellow, but don't seem to be neglected, at least from this far. You're off the main road, stranger. What for? Do you live here all by yourself? Yep. Warlocking, peddling, guarding turf. My tribe dug out what they cad this summer. I just keep dragons away from squashing the bricks. Your eyes turn west, following the man's raised finger, and you indeed notice a distant trail of massive three-fingered footprints, now turned into small puddles. They're as long as your torso with pointy claws. One of appears to be broken at its tip. Is this the way to White Marshes? Both the opposite and quite so. You took the left turn away from the village, but you wouldn't reach it anyway. The path's sealed, and I keep it that way. You ask him to explain, and he raises his hands, waggling his fingers as if he's casting a curse. My green pets keep the troublemakers away, but I could make an exception for a warden, one willing to prove they bring gifts, not troubles. What's the toll? He reaches for his basket and places it on the lower edge of the scarp, crashing right behind it. You look inside. Indeed, it's filled with wild leaves, flowers, and berries. Give me enough for a day or so, and I'll bend the vines for a day or so. Will a food ration be fine? I didn't know I was offering it, but okay. Very fine. He licks his lips, and once he spots a piece of jerky among your gifts, he reaches for it right away. With a full mouth, he snaps his fingers and mutters something with satisfaction. Did you choose to move to this field, or were you forced to do so? He reaches toward his chest, rubbing a small tusk nervously. One of us surely likes to ask questions, while the other's got work to do. Is Pete really worth constant overseeing? How do you avoid wild beasts? It's them who avoid this place. They're afraid of spheres, my plants, and poisons. Seeing you frown, he raises his creepers quickly, waving them like a dancer with scarves, yet his arms remain still. They're stronger than muscles, he simply explains. But still, I'm not much of a wanderer. Do you have anything to sell, Warlock? He eagerly smiles and steps away, reaching to the doorknob with his right creeper. Odds and ends. Want to buy a hook? Adventurers love those, and I've got it for cheap. He doesn't give you time to respond. On most days, I brew and mix stuff for poisons and medicine. If one's desperate enough to cross the bogs for it, I have one that withers plants, and one that kills worms and bugs, and one that keeps flies away for better health. Let me take a look. Jar with bug-killing ointment, or a jar that keeps insects away. I can't spend money on this shit. I don't have like any money. I need to save this money for like inns and crap. Ugh. I'm not buying anything yet. He looks at the nearby bricks and frowns, as if he's seeing them for the first time. Sure, kind of, I think. You ask him to tell you about them, but he admits it's the others who harvest it. I'm meant to pile it all up into rickles. He points at a small dolmen-shaped structure. But I'm always so busy, he grins. You ask him what turf is good for, and he starts to tap his toes. You can build it, you can burn it, add it to the soil, and it's great for smoking meat. We used to dig it slowly and barter for stone and timber, but we changed our ways. Okay. I can't seek shelter here, so... Is it this way or this way? I don't know. The leafless plants resemble tree roots rather than creepers, even though they're dark green and sway up and down slightly. In the rhythm of a heartbeat, Dobie snorts and speeds up, unwilling to linger underneath the nightmarish gate. As you get to the other side, the plants seem to completely ignore you. Okay. Don't you dare force me to that area. No. Fuck you. Going here. Jesus. That was annoying. The road twists beneath the flooded purplish grasses. The field ahead of you is still green, bearing the second sowing of broad beans, maybe the third one if the land allows it. The workers ignore you. Some of them are nothing but bones, some carry scraps of flesh, wearing them like forgotten rags, and others look almost human, as if they were woken right after death. Most of the witless shells move around piles of soil, carry wooden logs, or dig in the ground with their bare hands. But there are also those with considerable abilities. They use pitchforks, hoes, and splitting axes, and confidently cross the uneven ground. There's only a few breathing souls in sight. They observe your passing, but keep their distance. Keep the blade at hand just in case. They aren't attacking me, so I don't need to be afraid. The people who live here seem to have everything under control. I keep the blade at hand just in case. The guards let you in without questioning. The entrance and the wall in general were recently constructed, although they were still not finished. There will soon be yet another gate, allowing for trade and conversations without opening the village to danger. Just like in the fields, the work is divided between the undead, who carry bricks and take care of the most thankless tasks, while the locals cut rocks and spread mortar. The difficult past is still carved in the villagers' gaunt faces and crude outfits, and their brief glances show little curiosity. A few of them are sharing a meal right next to the well, and the victuals in the baskets consist of green leaves, fruits, eggs, and cuts of roasted meat. The food of foragers. You're told to wait here for the mayor. Don't roam on your own. The guard's voice is harsh, despite the stutter. Tether Dobie at a small shed. The man shows up soon after with a careless saunter, and he hardly spares you a look, instead staring at your palfrey. A stranger from the forest garden. I kinda guess why you would come here. Well, who are you even? His stature would be considered average in most villages, but in comparison to the rest of his tribe, he's portly, muscular, tall, and with a large square face. His hands are resting on the shaft of the poleaxe placed across his shoulders, making him seem even larger. His long, straw-colored beard is shabby and makes his bald head look shiny. You can't really tell how old he is, though you see no wrinkles. Just like the others, he's wearing prominent charms, favoring tiny figurines of animals made of wood, bone and wood. Only one of them is hanging from his neck, a silver amulet portraying the head of a moose with large antlers. While valuable, it looks older than the other critters, and quite crude in form. I introduce myself. He sizes you up, and I'm Helvius. Who let you in? Was it Thyrsus? He's as much a gatekeeper as a fly is a warden to a piece of shit. He gives you a telling frown. I'm not one to badmouth others behind their backs. Did I ask? He raises his chin and starts to twist his wrists, spinning his weapon slowly. No city folk will tell us what to think. Take a good look around while you can. White Marshes isn't for strangers. The turf houses are old, covered with lush grasses and flowers, and you can't imagine any large family fitting inside such small, one-chambered huts. The alleys are so narrow that only one cart could squeeze through them at once. Your boots have sunk into the mud. The square is covered with deep boot prints. The noise of hammers, shouting, wood splitting, and the shuffling of undead legs pierces through the constant buzzing of insects. Dobie snorts, hunting down flies with his tail. I notice that there's only one elder in sight, and he's observing me. He's standing on the top of a wooden platform by the building that's unlike any other in the village. His eyes are keen, the left one is dark, the right one is gray, bright. His head and face are shaved, and his simple undyed robe is in an even worse shape than the outfits of his tribesfolk. Once Helvius realizes what you're looking at, he lowers his weapon and clears his throat, like a boy caught red-handed. The elder walks away, holding his walking stick with one hand and touching a wall with the other. Laurentius, says the mayor, the priest of our fellowship and the one who saved our people. He raises his hand, pointing at the dead shells bustling around the construction site. Oh, it's been kind of a long stream for me. I'm out, to be honest, my throat's killing me a little bit with reading this game nonstop. And this seems like an interesting spot to stop. Like, we have all this stuff we can talk to this guy about now and learn about this kind of like necromancy village. I'm not sure yet if I'm going to come back to this for streaming. I might. It's pretty unique. But it also feels like I'd be able to play it and mess around with it more and have fun maybe on my own, where I'm just like reading it quickly in my head and trying different things out, you know what I mean? But maybe it would be good to do like one playthrough at least, like on stream. But on the other hand, it's still 38 days before. I've been playing for 4 hours and we're like 2 out of 40 days done, so like how long is this game, you know, is one way I feel, but and it probably gets a little bit quicker as you like kind of clear things up and talk to a lot of people, but yeah, so I don't know. Definitely gonna go back to Judgment at some point. Maybe next time I stream, maybe we'll do this again. Maybe I'll do Judgment and then go back to this. I don't know, but it's possible this will just become an off-stream sort of thing. In any case. Oh, God. It was a fun stream. Interesting game. I really, like I said, the world's pretty interesting. It just makes me want to see what's going on, you know? And then also the nature of it feels like, you know, there's a lot of maybe like choice and consequence, which also seems cool. Like those are things I'm very much into in video games, and yeah. I typically only get stuff like this out of like, you know, kind of like CRPGs. And I very much enjoy CRPGs, but also I'm kind of liking this trend with some games, kind of like Disco Elysium and kind of like this, where they don't really care that much about like the combat per se, or the combat's almost like kind of part of like a dialogue system. Like it turns out this one kind of is, although it does have stuff here like vitality and armor and all that. It still wasn't just like, oh, attack, use this special skill or something like that. It was like you had particular options, you know, just like contextually based on what actually is happening and everything. And I kind of like that, because if I'm like mostly in these games for like the exploration and for like the kind of roleplay and like choices and things like that, then I kind of don't always need to just be like, oh, I'm building a character with these skills and intelligence and this thing, and I've got magic missile and blah blah blah, and you know, we're gonna do this thing and sneak attack this guy or whatever. Like I don't necessarily need that, or like, oh, I'm gonna loot the hell out of everybody now and go back and sell it and now I'm super rich, and you know, stuff like that. I still enjoy that, but it's kind of nice to see some more games coming out like with like a more kind of like unique focus, I guess. Anyway, like I said, I think I'm done for tonight, so it was fun streaming. Hope you enjoyed watching, if you were watching, or if you're watching now, or whatever's going on. Don't know when I'm going to be streaming again. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow, maybe the next day. I'm not sure, really, but I'm thinking it'll probably be Judgment. Even if I do come back to this later, I think it probably will be Judgment next, just to kind of like, you know, mix things up. So, yeah. See y'all later. Was fun. Have a good rest of your night or day or whatever's going on with you. Bye-bye.